Thank you very much. Remain standing for the national anthem for the Republic of Taiwan, China. China, Taiwan. Thank you very much. We will now have the invocation by Mr. Michael Penny from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for the night and for the pleasant morning light, for allowing us to be here. We are gathered here once again for a forum, and on this occasion, it's for helping women, giving them economic empowerment. We thank you that you have kept us through the years, you've kept us through the COVID, and now that we are emerging, as we seek to empower women and as we gather today, we pray that you'll guide our thoughts. We pray that you'll guide the entire process, every panel and every panelist, and help us not to be another meeting again, but one that will yield success. So we thank you for the Republic of China and Taiwan and for the ministry that has put on this project. And we pray for Prime Minister and all our ministers and all our leaders and all who will be involved in this project. Every panelist, everyone who will take part in this process, we pray that your divine blessings upon them. So have your own way throughout this session. Every female, we pray your divine blessing upon them. We recognize that without the females, that our country will be in dire straits. But we thank you for them. And even as we seek to meet today, we pray that you'll take full control. We thank you for all those who have come from near and far, from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia. Thank you for joining nurses and from Nevis and from elsewhere, those on foot, those by vehicles. We thank you for joining mercies, those from Taiwan and elsewhere. We thank you for them. So have thine own way throughout this session. We give you thanks for this. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Penny. You may be seated, everyone. We will now have an intro video about women empowerment within St. Kitts and Nevis.
loving everything I'm learning. I think it's very, very good. And the most impressive thing, well, it's everything, but it's that I have to be financially responsible. That although it's my business, I do not really own everything in the business, more so I work for my business. So my business is a person in itself, so I'm learning to treat it with more respect.
Other people to know about this as well. So we're going to package this and we're going to promote this everywhere that we can, right?
Right now I'm doing here at home, and also I'm doing home visits. Now in the future I plan to open up my own shop. So with all the information that I have gathered here from this entrepreneurship workshop, it will help me to know, get a business plan, get a business license, map out exactly how I want to establish my business going forward.
Aspect of it, like I just felt empowered, motivated. There are times when I feel like, oh my gosh, should I continue doing this? But like, you know, there's a new lecturer for every topic and there's always motivation.
Ambassador, a round of applause for the excellent work that they have been doing throughout the region. And it is good when you can see tangible work being done. So thank you very much for being here, sir. At this time, I would like to acknowledge our Prime Minister, Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Christopher and Nevis. Honorable Sam Duggins, Minister of Agriculture, Ital. Dr. Deshu Joseph Won, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China, Taiwan. Honorable Emma Hippolyte, Minister of Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperatives, and Customer Affairs of St. Lucia. T.Y. Timothy Sang, Secretary General of Taiwan ICDF. Honorable Iselin Phipps, Junior Minister of Gender Affairs of St. Christopher and Nevis. His Excellency Ambassador Michael Lin, Ambassador of the Republic of China, Taiwan, of St. Christopher and Nevis. Ms. Sarah Sale, representative of the United States Embassy in Barbados. Other official guests, keynote speakers, permanent secretaries, managers, directors, awardees, special guests, performers, members of the media, and all those who have joined us online via the internet. We say welcome. So I would like for everyone to give everyone a round of applause to be here to celebrate in this fashion. At this time, without further ado, we will have the Secretary General of Taiwan ICDF, T.Y. Timothy Sang, to play his recording.
Dr. Terence Michael Zhu, Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Dr. Zhao Xie Joseph Wu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China on Taiwan. Dr. Jeffrey Henley, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Gender Affairs. Dr. Denzel Douglas, Right Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Isalian Philip, Honorable Senator, Junior Minister of Gender Affairs. Mr. Zhao Hongling, the Ambassador of the Republic of China on Taiwan in St. Kitts and Nevis. Fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to deliver the opening remarks on behalf of the Taiwan ICDF in this significant event addressing economic recovery and post-pandemic women's empowerment. As the professional foreign aid and development agency of Taiwan, the Taiwan ICDF is devoted to supporting women's aims to strengthen the economic empowerment of women by providing them with the resources needed to support entrepreneurships, such as vocational training, entrepreneurial counseling, accelerated growth angel funding, the Entrepreneurial Elite Award, and the supporting funds. Pursuing strong results, we launched in parallel the Women's Economic Empowerment Guarantee Project in partnership with the Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee Corporation to support small entrepreneurs by providing credit guarantees and easier access to startup capital through various financial institutions. Also, we cooperate with 30 international organizations and the local partners to integrate resources and reach our goals together. For example, we work with Lake Health and Wellbeing in St. Kitts and Nevis and the Caribbean Association for Feminist Research and Action in St. Lucia to promote international women's empowerment initiatives and to improve the consensus on the social and economic status of women. Till now, we have already provided 1,031 enterprises with consultations and 3,513 women obtained support from the project. Also, the project enhanced 78 institutes' capacity to provide better service. We believe that this project being implemented in Latin America and the Caribbean by the Taiwan ICDF could provide women with more resources to improve their lives as well as raising their professional skills and ability for starting business. As a result, it is possible not only to increase women's incomes, but also enhance their economic status in society overall. With these opportunities and resources, it will be easier for women and micro and small and medium enterprises in Latin America and the Caribbean to change their lives and access to a better future. In closing, I wish this international forum a great success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. It is always an important thing when we can respond to issues within our society, and Taiwan has never failed in that area. At this time, we'll have His Excellency Ambassador Michael Lin, Ambassador of the Republic of China, Taiwan, to St. Kitts and Nevis to give his opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Dr. Terence Zhu, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, National Secretary, ECTEL, Honorable Dr. Samuel Douglas, Minister of Agriculture, and Honorable Emma Hipley, Minister of Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperative and Consumer Affairs of St. Lucia, Junior Minister Iselin Phillips, the Junior Minister of Gender Affairs, Sarah Saylor, representative of U.S. Embassy in Barbados and USAID. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, whether you attend in person or virtually, I welcome you to this forum this morning. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the first physical event co-hosted by the Embassy, Taiwan ICDF, and the government of St. Kitts and Nevis. Let me start by thanking the Ministry of Gender Affairs of St. Kitts and Nevis, our diplomatic allies, international organizations, and our technical mission for making this forum possible. The global outbreak of COVID-19 since 2020 has had a major impact on economic worldwide. Countries over the world experience slow economic growth and the rising unemployment rate. Women and minorities in particular face challenges to sustaining their livelihood. Therefore, to assist our diplomatic allies in Latin America and the Caribbean to speed up post-pandemic recovery, the Republic of China Taiwan launched the Women Empowerment Project in September 2021. The project was launched in aid of our diplomatic allies, including St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and Belize. The three major elements of the project are vocational training and entrepreneurship assistance, financial services and credit guarantee, and the international initiative to work with like-minded countries in promoting women's empowerment. As I mentioned at the reception last night, our technical mission has been working tirelessly with the government of St. Kitts and Nevis since the project launched. In less than 15 months, 1,200 trainees benefited from vocational skill training courses. 60 outstanding trainees were awarded with startup grants, and 120 micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises were offered consulting services. We engage in these efforts in the hope that women will become more financially resilient and a steadfast force in the society. There were 2 such forums on women empowerment this year in both Guatemala and Paraguay. St. Kitts and Nevis is the first country to host one in the Caribbean. At this forum, we hope to share our priorities with you, and we also hope that this could serve as an arena for all the participants to exchange ideas and share experience. As you can see on the agenda, we have invited incumbent officials, experts from international organizations and private sectors, and the female entrepreneurs to share their experience and ideas for discussion. In closing, I would like to express our appreciations for the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, again, for your strong support for this project and for this forum. I would also like to thank all our distinguished guests for being here with us today. It is my sincere hope that the exchanges and the discussion will provide more momentum for our joint efforts in women's empowerment initiative in the region in the future. Thank you, and God bless us all. Thank you.
A longer round of applause. That's excellent. We now have another opening remarks by Mr. Saylor, representative of the U.S. Embassy in Barbados.
Good morning, everyone. Please allow me to acknowledge the protocol that's already been established. To the Honorable Dr. Tan Stru, thank you for being with us today. And a special thanks to Ambassador Michael Lin for the invitation. On behalf of the United States Embassy in Bridgetown, accredited to St. Kitts and Nevis, I'm proud to be with you all. My name is Sierra Saylor, and I'm the country officer at U.S. Embassy Bridgetown, responsible for St. Kitts and Nevis. Unfortunately, Ambassador Linda Tagliatella couldn't be with us today, and so she's asked me to deliver her remarks. And it reads, I'm happy to be a part of the opening of today's forum, focusing on such an important issue, the economic empowerment of women in St. Kitts and Nevis and the Eastern Caribbean. The United States continues to support an improved business and investment environment throughout the Eastern Caribbean that will promote equitable growth and a more economically competitive region. And today's dialogues are opportunities for each of us to learn how to strengthen economic empowerment initiatives for women and to share best practices in order to create prosperity in their communities, which will ultimately support equitable economic growth. Women entrepreneurs, in particular, serve as catalysts for economic growth and job creation, which can transform their communities and countries. Economic empowerment and equal rights of women is a top U.S. foreign policy priority. Through programs such as the Young Leaders of America's Initiative, the International Visitors Leadership Program, also known as IVLP, and a number of other exchanges, the United States Embassy in Bridgetown continues to work towards the objective of supporting both the economic empowerment of women in the Eastern Caribbean and promoting gender equality across the region. The United States is proud to join with our partner Taiwan, along with regional governments, civil society organizations, and the international community to provide a platform to increase economic opportunities for women. As a friend and neighbor to both St. Kitts and Nevis, we are pleased to be a part of these discussions. I hope this forum will spark valuable connections, and friendships that will continue well beyond today. And we look forward to continued collaboration with Taiwan, St. Kitts and Nevis, and other like-minded missions and partners in assisting women achieve their full potential in tackling challenges on gender inequality. Thank you on behalf of Ambassador Linda Tagliatella, the United States Ambassador to St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you.
Continue clapping. Thank you very much. We will now have a presentation, opening remarks by Dr. Joshua Joseph Wu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China, Taiwan.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Taiwan. It is my great pleasure to address the opening ceremony of the Regional Forum on Women's Economic Empowerment in Latin America and the Caribbean. This event is based on the post-pandemic economic recovery initiative proposed by Taiwan to mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and build back better. In this initiative, we partner with our allies in Latin America and the Caribbean to help empower women and youth and bolster local micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. The programs of capacity building, entrepreneurial tools, and innovation training are implemented to provide women and youth with skills they need to pursue their careers in the post-pandemic era. We expect more opportunities and competitiveness will be developed, and therefore lead the countries in the region to a more prosperous and resilient future. Over the years, Taiwan and its diplomatic allies in the region have collaborated closely in different fields. We are delighted to take a further step towards advancing financial inclusion for vulnerable groups. We believe women are the powerful agents of change. Taiwan is willing to share its experience with partners on this important issue. I look forward to learning more about your thoughts and exploring how Taiwan can work with its allies, like-minded countries, and international organizations to position gender equality at the heart of post-pandemic recovery. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this meaningful initiative. This represents a new milestone in the strong ties between Taiwan and Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm confident that this platform will benefit communities in the region and produce new momentum and opportunities that will further advance our mutually beneficial partnership. I wish this event every success and the best of health and happiness to you all.
Thank you very much. Round of applause. Without further ado, we will now call on the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, Italy.
Good morning to everyone. First, let me, of course, say how elated I am to be here for a number of critical reasons, of course, and that is because I just recently returned from the Republic of China, Taiwan, and to have had the Republic of China, Taiwan participate in a pavilion with us at COP27 really speaks to our long-standing and strong and fruitful friendship. And so I would like to recognize the Deputy Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Jeffrey Henley, who is also the Senior Minister for Gender Affairs, who is here with us this morning. I would like to also recognize our special guest, the Honorable Emma Eppolite, the Minister of Commerce Ital from St. Lucia. Welcome. I'd like to recognize also His Excellency Ambassador Michael Lin, who is here, the Ambassador of the Republic of China, Taiwan to St. Kitts and Nevis. The Honorable Samuel Douglas, Minister of Agriculture, Small Enterprises Ital, who is here with us this morning. The Honorable Aislinn Phillip, the Junior Minister of Gender Affairs of St. Kitts and Nevis, who is fundamentally responsible from the government's end in organizing today's event. And also to recognize our very good friend, Ms. Sarah Saylor, representative of the U.S. Embassy in Barbados, but who is attached to St. Kitts and Nevis. Welcome. And of course, to say welcome to all other dignitaries, guests, and those who are here for other reasons, the media. Thank all of you for coming. Of course, this event means a lot to me because you quickly recognize that part of the platform of our administration is the empowerment of women. And our decision is based on a number of principles, but the obvious principle is equity, and that we understand clearly that there is no difference between the genders. But in addition to that, we know that in St. Kitts and Nevis, that most of our households are headed by women. And therefore, when you would have had an event like COVID-19 that would have rocked our economy like others around the world, one would expect that women will be disproportionately affected negatively. And so it makes a lot of sense to have a program like this, especially in St. Kitts and Nevis, targeting women. Because as this program empowers women, it empowers the homes, it empowers children, it empowers partners, families, communities, and the nation on a whole. And I dare say that the empowerment of women in St. Kitts and Nevis is truly the empowerment of our lovely federation. And so we had taken a number of critical decisions. For example, we have made history with the highest number of women in the cabinet of St. Kitts and Nevis. Also, with the highest number of women in our parliament is also history. And it is very possible that we will soon have our first woman Governor General. The theme of today's forum is Towards a Frontier, a New Frontier, promoting sustainable development in the Eastern Caribbean through women's economic empowerment. The world has agreed to 17 interlocking sustainable development goals. They call for us to take a more holistic view of development, to respect nature and people while guaranteeing basic human rights and standards of living. It is irrefutable that women remain the backbone of our society, as they are responsible for much more of the caring responsibilities of children, adults, and seniors. As such, it is imperative that we use every resource, human, natural, financial, and intellectual, to build this new frontier based on the tenet of equality and equity for all. Dr. James Aggrey, a renowned Ghanaian philosopher, made this proverb popular, and I quote, "If you educate a man, you educate an individual. However, if you educate a woman, you educate a whole family." The multiplier value effect of women, and by extension, our youth, have been at the core of this administration's pledge to move the Federation to its rightful place of leading the Eastern Caribbean. The Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis was one of the first in the region to provide free primary and secondary level education. We have now extended it to the tertiary level, where all students in St. Kitts and Nevis who qualify to go to the CFBC can go tuition-free. This singular decision ensures that the competitive profile of our federation rises to compete with other countries. More opportunities for higher paying jobs can be afforded to our people. This is part of our new frontier. Key to building this new frontier is ensuring that all persons are represented at the table. My administration has ensured that all spaces reflect the truth of our population. Our women, and particularly our young women, are all taking up equal space to move this country forward. Our post-COVID-19 frontier must include social protections such as universal health care, social security coverage for the unemployed, and the reimagining of work that allows for the provision of working from home, telework, and overall flexibility. Work is not stationary anymore. We have envisioned a world of work that uses technology to connect us from the shores of our beaches to the heights of our mountains. Work which acknowledges the value of its employees and the use of themselves as instruments for productivity. So care for self must form part of the work experience. Work which recognizes the caring professions and competitively compensates them, as this is one of the areas where women dominate. It is my hope that the information, knowledge, and networks established and shared over the course of this day will be used to improve the lives of women and their families across the proud region. I take, therefore, this opportunity to express profound gratitude to the Ambassador, Michael Lin, who I acknowledged before, and his team, and the Embassy of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the Republic of China, Taiwan itself, and the technical mission for working assiduously to host this event. And I wish this event all the success. I would like to add, and it's quite interesting, that with our initiative to empower women and youth in our communities, some might say that there is a bias towards them. As a matter of fact, I have a meeting coming up with the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis and the men of St. Kitts and Nevis. And that event is coming up this weekend. Because I think at the end of the day, I need some more buy-in from the men. That the empowerment of women is not to the exclusion or detriment of men, but that the empowerment of women is really empowerment of all of us. And therefore, I wish this event all the success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Terence Drew. I want to acknowledge the Honorable Jeffrey Hanley. Welcome, sir. You're always welcome. All right, at this time, we will take a coffee break. I will ask the officials to lead out first, and then everyone will follow after. Thank you. The coffee break will be for 15 minutes, after which we will start the panel discussions.
I summoned you, please come to me. Don't bury thoughts that you really want. I feel you. I summoned you, please come to me. Don't bury thoughts that you really want. I fill you up, drink from my cup. Within me lies what you really want. Come, lay me down, 'cause you know this, 'cause you know this. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the night, just call my name, I'm yours to take. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the night, I'm wide awake, I crave your taste all night long. Till morning comes, I'm getting what is mine, you gon' get yours, oh no. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the night, oh. These burning flames, these crashing waves wash over me like a hurricane. I'll captivate, you're hypnotized, feel powerful, but it's me again. Come, lay me down, 'cause I know this, 'cause I know this. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the night, just call my name, I'm yours to take. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the night, I'm wide awake, I crave your taste all night long. Till morning comes, I'm getting what is mine, you gon' get yours, oh no. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the night, oh. Just call on me, just call my name. Let me in. In the middle of the night, just call my name, I'm yours to take. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the night, I'm wide awake, I crave your taste all night long. Till morning comes, I'm getting what is mine, you gon' get yours, oh. In the I summoned you, please come to me. Don't bury thoughts that you really want. I fill you up, drink from my cup. Within me lies what you really want. Come, lay me down, 'cause you know this, 'cause you know this sound. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the night, just call my name, I'm yours to take. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the night, I'm wide awake, I crave your
One, two. 1, 2. Mic check. Checking from Zoom. Checking from Blue Streams. Checking from Blue Jeans. One. 1, 2. All right. Can you also put me on the screen? Is that good? 1, 2, 1, 2. Can we have a mic so that I know if it's everything is good? What about the audio from the room? Yeah, but it's a bit distorted. So pull back a bit. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Can you hear me? Are you? Okay, great. All right, so we all set. All right, good. Yeah, awesome. Good. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, man. Still hear you. All right, good. All right, hanging up. All right.
Testing 1, 2. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you had a wonderful break. I saw some people with 3 or 4 plates. That means you're enjoying yourself, which is a good thing. So I'm just asking for those who are on the outside, you could join us as we continue this very important proceedings. While I get the cue, I don't think I'd introduce myself. I introduce everyone else except myself, which is a good thing. It shows that I'm selfless. I'll say the best for last. So my name is Dr. Ricardo Neal. I am the founder for the St. Kitts and Nevis Robotics Association. I'm also one of the senior lecturers at the Clarence Fitzgerald College in the Information Technology Department. A very successful program, I must add. We do have a robotics team that represents St. Kitts and Nevis on an annual basis, and they are ranked among the top teams in the world out of 200 countries. So I think that is something to applaud for. They have been doing it since 2017, and so they continue even throughout the pandemic. So that is something good. All right, the cue is, we are all set. At this time, our first keynote speaker will speak on the nexus between women's economic empowerment and the SDGs, building resilience and reform in the post-pandemic era. This will be done by the Honorable Iselin Philp, Junior Minister of Gender Affairs of St. Christopher and Nevis. Give her a round of applause as she comes to the podium.
Do you want to click on my cue? So bear with us a moment, and while we wait, I just want to make sure we invite everyone to take a seat as we are ready to restart and begin and get into the business of the day's proceedings. It's working? Oh, no. Okay, there we go. Okay. So good morning. Permit me to acknowledge the presence of our Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Jeffrey Hanley, Minister Emma Hippolyte from St. Lucia, the Honorable Ambassador Michael Lin from the Republic of China Taiwan Embassy, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs, Mrs. Zilla Clark, other distinguished guests, representatives from embassies, ambassadors, to everyone, good morning. So the topic for this morning's keynote is the nexus between women's economic empowerment and the SDGs, building resilience and reform in the post-pandemic era. So I quite like this topic because it recognizes the connection between enabling women's economic empowerment in order to achieve multiple sustainable development goals. Now, just a note and a plug for you guys. So I'm actually very excited. This is actually one of my key areas of passion. Women and gender studies is my background, so I'm always eager and to take opportunities to engage intellectually and theoretically in forums like these around this kind of topic. So I want to start out by highlighting what we actually mean when we say women's economic empowerment, and what does that really look like. According to the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, that is the OECD, women's economic empowerment occurs when women's access to economic resources and opportunities are increased. What this looks like is, for instance, when a woman can enter new markets for gainful employment, for example, in entertainment, in agriculture, in politics, when we can access financial services for business development and investment, when women can secure property and other productive assets, when we can attain skills development and market information to scale up business ideas and expand entrepreneurship. These are instances that we become better positioned to thrive. The OECD also recognizes women's economic empowerment, that is, women's ability to access economic resources and opportunities, as a prerequisite for sustainable development and for achieving the related goals. You see, when we empower women, we uplift nations. And to really understand the importance and the impact of women's economic empowerment, we have to put it into context. So let's think about the Twin Island Federation right here in St. Kitts and Nevis. The latest poverty assessment survey indicated that women represent over 50% of single-parent-headed households with multiple dependents. We must consider how increasing the earning potential of a single mother with multiple children or elderly dependents can correspondingly help to reduce poverty, help to eradicate hunger, improve health and well-being, increase gender equality, reduce social inequities, and promote inclusive industry and innovation, as well as facilitate productive employment with decent work for all. So you see, what we are looking at is if we enable women to become economically stable, we can help to advance the achievement of multiple sustainable development goals, as we see here, for example. An IMF policy paper entitled Pursuing Women's Economic Empowerment, published in May 2018, concludes that when women work, economies grow. Socioeconomic data indicates that women's economic empowerment boosts productivity, increases economic diversification, and income equality, in addition to other positive development outcomes. For example, economic forecasts suggest that increasing the female employment rates in OECD countries to match that of Sweden, nation states could collectively boost GDP by over $6 trillion. So women's economic empowerment is vital to our sustainability because when women gain access to financial assets, opportunities for economic resources, economies grow, societies change, and nations thrive. Just to illustrate a little bit of this movement, allow me to introduce you to Suzanne. So Suzanne is a single mother. She has 3 children, 2 under the age of 10 and 1 teenager. She also cares for her 73-year-old grandmother at home. Suzanne's highest level of education is a post-secondary associate's degree from the local community college. Her annual income is about 40,000 EC dollars annually. And she has a small side hustle making ethnic prints and bags. That's something that she does as a hobby just because she likes it. Suzanne now decided to enroll in the Women's Employment Entrepreneurship Financial Inclusion Project that is funded by the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the ICDF, and hosted and coordinated through the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs. Suzanne, in this time, would have upscaled her skills. She would have learned about business essentials, gained support in creating a business plan to further market and sell her products that she typically just likes to make as a hobby. Suzanne would have then, at the end of the program, benefited from a small business loan of about $20,000, which allowed her to really establish and scale up her business. She was actually able to hire her teen daughter to do her social media, paid her a little stipend. Her daughter has a little income. She was also able to get out there a little bit more, showcase her products, and really establish her business. Now, the income that Suzanne would have generated from this business activity about 16 months in would have provided supplemented income that was really needed to be able to achieve all of these things. She would have generated additional income to lift herself and her family out of relative poverty. She would have received enough income to be able to feed her children healthier foods, which are typically more expensive. She would have been able to gain additional income to purchase the medication that's needed to support her aging grandmother. She would have generated supplemental income to be able to increase her independence and combat situations of violence and dependence, and to increase gender equality across the business sector. She would have been able to also diversify the economy by creating a new business enterprise. She also would have been able to contribute to innovation and sector development because of the nature of her business by creating local products. And she also would have reduced inequalities because of being able to have done all of the previous things, lifting herself out of socioeconomic disparity. So, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, by just being able to actually start anew. And so I would want to encourage all of us. As a federation, you would have heard the commitment from the Prime Minister in terms of St. Kitts and Nevis and our commitment to support women's empowerment. This is an opportunity now for us to be able to invest in women so that we can then invest in the development of our federation and our country moving forward in a post-pandemic era where it is necessary for us to rethink, refocus, and to restart again with new ideas and a fresh approach to actually being able to help us go closer to achieving our 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. So thank you all very much for listening. I appreciate your attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Could you give her a round of applause one more time? I think that was excellent, and Suzanne is now empowered. All right, so we'll now have our second keynote address speaker by Honorable Emma Epaulet, Minister of Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperatives, and Consumer Affairs of St. Lucia. Give her a round of applause as she comes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just trying to get accustomed to your protocol list. So, Honorable Dr. Jeffrey Hanley, Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable, oh, he's left. I think Minister for Agriculture has left. Honorable Iselin Phillip, Minister for Gender Affairs, St. Kitts Nevis. Ambassador Michael Lin, Republic of Taiwan. And Ms. Saylor, representative of our U.S. Embassy in Barbados. Well, I see she's there. I'm just looking at somebody else I wanted to recognize. Staff of the Embassy of China, Taiwan. We have a rep from our USAID. I see that now. Mr. Philip Schwem, Senior Development Advisor and Regional Economist, USAID. And you have the rep from, she's the lady next to him. Other dignitaries, our small business owners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I bring you, first let me thank Ambassador Lane and the government of St. Kitts Nevis for hosting this very important forum. And I want to say thank you to all for your fine hospitality. I also want to say in a very special way that I bring you greetings from my Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, and the Cabinet of Ministers in St. Lucia. But I also want to say that I bring you special greetings from our female members of Parliament, the people of St. Lucia, especially our resilient women. As you all know, St. Lucia was named after a woman, so women in St. Lucia have a very, very important place. So I take this opportunity as well to congratulate all our ladies out there as I walked through and see the items on display last night and this morning. I want us to give them a round of applause for their innovation. I'm thankful that we have the opportunity to discuss the critical subject of women economic empowerment, its nexus with the SDGs and building resilience and reform. As my sister before me did, she analyzed greatly the various SDGs that are impacted by women. When I analyzed the 17 SDGs, at least 6, and you did mention 6, but I added one more, and that was SDG 11. When I looked at the link, you raised SDG 1 for no poverty, SDG 5 for gender equality, SDG 8 for decent work and economic growth, SDG 9 for industry, innovation, and infrastructure, SDG 10 for reducing inequity, and SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. A 2022 status report on SDG 5 indicate that global progress is slow on gender equality, and COVID-19 has impacted negatively the gains made in prior years. The report indicates that globally, 380 million women and girls are living in extreme poverty, and that is SDG 1. For SDG 2, zero hunger, the report indicates that 1 in 3 women experience moderate or severe food insecurity in 2021, and that rising prices are likely to exacerbate hunger globally. For SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, the report indicates that women's labor force participation in 2022 is projected to remain below pre-COVID levels in 169 countries. For SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, the report indicates that women hold only 2 in every 10 science, engineering, and information and technology jobs globally. For SDG 10, which is reduce equities, by the end of 2021, 44 million women and girls has been forced to flee their homes due to climate change, war, conflict, and human rights violation. So, ladies and gentlemen, the situation for women globally as it relates to the SDGs are not encouraging. That is, unless drastic measures are taken, the 2030 goal will not be achieved. On the other hand, I'm excited about today's forum, which aims to discuss the nexus between women economic empowerment, the SDGs, and building resilience and reform in post-pandemic era. I'm thankful that we will be examining the plight of women in our region, as well as some of the exciting mechanisms for greater equality that our governments have undertaken in partnership with our friendly countries and international agencies, which would ameliorate conditions for our women. At this juncture, I want us to recognize in a very big way the contribution of the government and people of the Republic of China, Taiwan. The work that they are doing in the region, in St. Kitts, in St. Lucia, and throughout the Caribbean and Latin America is credible, and it is touching the lives of our people. When you touch the lives of women, as you've heard, you're touching the lives of men, youth, and we are eternally grateful for your focus. In order to delineate the subject effectively, I believe it is necessary to define and understand resilience and reform. Resilience speaks to flexibility, to pliability, to agility. And in order for our women to be resilient, flexible, and agile, there is need for them to have the right skills, the appropriate training, access to financial resources, have access to networks, strong collaboration, and support. In short, they need access to an ecosystem that facilitates growth, economic empowerment, and sustainability. I dare say that we have started putting this ecosystem together in all the things that we are doing, and some of the programs in terms of providing education, in terms of skills training. But I believe that there is room for us to do a few of the areas, especially in the area of collaboration and support. I just returned from a program funded by the US government. It's called ACE, the American Competitiveness Exchange, and we were in Ecuador. And one of the areas that we were discussing is whether there is need now for what I would say within our respective countries, in addition to all what we are doing, whether there is need for centers for collaboration and innovation. So somebody is having an idea, somebody has an idea, apart from going to the respective ministries, in their community, is there a space that they could go to? Is there a number that they could call so that they can get the support continually so that that business can grow? Even persons that are already in business. For the large businesses, we have places like the Chamber of Commerce But for the small person who's a vendor, you might have the association that meets maybe once a month or every quarter. But we need places where our women could go, our youth could go, and when an idea comes in, somebody could hold their hand and make it work. In the area of reform, we need to do things differently. We need to change and we need to transform. And the way the world is transforming is through technology, digitization, and innovation. So what are we doing in St. Lucia to facilitate this transformation and economic empowerment of our women? The statistics shows, and it is almost similar to St. Kitts Nevis, that women account for more than half of St. Lucia's population. And while our presence is seen, I must say sadly that our economic impact is sometimes not felt to the same extent. We have seen the negative impact of crime within our borders, the increased rate of incarceration and homicides of our young men, the high rate of repeated offenders, and the resultant plight of many women left to be single mothers or single heads of households. My government has been persistent in seeking avenues to ameliorate this sad state of affairs of our single mothers, aspiring women, both young and old, to make them more economically viable and financially stable. It has been a long journey to give our women that economic empowerment, but one that's worth the time and the effort. As Minister with responsibility for commerce, manufacturing, business development, cooperatives, and consumer affairs in St. Lucia, it is no pretense nor fabrication when I declare that my ministry is actively involved in the empowerment of women in St. Lucia and, by extension, the Caribbean region. St. Lucia, the rest of the OECS region, and the Organization of American States, the OAS, are launching a Women Economic Empowerment Initiative to help women in the region embrace the digital economy. This initiative is a 36-month project funded by the United States to encourage women to not only be more cognizant of the possibilities and benefits of a digital economy, but to build a capacity to leverage the technology to enhance their respective businesses. Following a needs assessment survey conducted in October this year, at least 50 female entrepreneurs in St. Lucia, startups, near market-ready, and market-ready categories stand to benefit. I believe this initiative has come at an opportune time, as many women have lost their jobs as a result of COVID-19. This initiative is linked to SDG 9, which centers on industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Additionally, my ministry, along with key agencies such as the Safa Lewis Community College and the Taiwan government, are spearheading a project known as Technical Assistance for Youth and Women, Employment, Entrepreneurship, and Financial Inclusion. This intervention is designed to enable women to acquire financial independence and to bridge the gender disparity which exists for financial inclusion in particular. Women in this project must undertake a 2-week digital course to apprise them of the significance of the online market. Some have and others will have an opportunity to participate in an incubator program and receive valuable business coaching as well as finance. In June 2022, my ministry partnered with the Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee Corporation, and I recognize our rep here with us, and the St. Lucia Development Bank to host a financial inclusion for women entrepreneur webinar to demystify some of the dilemma involved with financial inclusion for women and women entrepreneurs. This webinar was important as a financial gatekeepers were withholding their purses from the women who have low income, who are single mothers, and who are low skilled, but who want to be more economically viable and financially stable. Pursuant to SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 8, decent work, and SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. And as a post-COVID-19 recovery initiative, the government of St. Lucia, through my ministry, and in collaboration again with the St. Lucia Development Bank, is preparing to launch our micro, small, and medium enterprise loan grant facility. This much anticipated initiative will deliver relief to some of our MSMEs. As EC $10 million, which is a loan from the Caribbean Development Bank, will be allocated for financial and technical support to approximately 500 entrepreneurs island-wide. These loan grants awards will be disbursed at a ratio of 70% grant, 30% loan. And that loan is at a concessionary rate of 3%. And this is for persons with a viable business idea seeking to start a new business, or persons who are already in business and wish to expand their business. For this facility, there is no gender discrimination as it applies to men and women between the ages of 31 to 60. Persons below 30 is focused and targeted by another program called our Youth Economy Program. My ministry's Small Business Development Center will provide a technical support, which includes business registration and business planning development, two critical components to access that facility. The SBDC welcomes approximately 100 new registrants to its family every month. In recent times, we have observed that more than 60% of registrants are women. To date, our female clients own close to 50% of the MSMEs listed in our database. These female entrepreneurs are engaged in various fields, including spa and wellness, professional services, fishing, farming, auto mechanics, and IT. They are treading into spheres that were once considered to be male-dominated. We therefore have no doubt that they will take full advantage of the MSME loan grant facility to meet their goals and achieve financial freedom and economic prosperity. Our women are not only mothers of mankind, but also mothers of economic opportunities. The era of the stay-at-home mom will soon fall into something of history as our women embrace greater economic independence and upward mobility. As a nation and as a region, we have made some strides to empower our women economically, but there is still so much more to be done locally, regionally, and globally. Another 2022 report on UN Women states, and I quote, "The Sustainable Development Agenda adopted by the UN member states in 2015 set a 2030 deadline for the achievement of gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls. Now, with under 10 years left to meet it, the world is not on track. Amidst the intersecting crisis of COVID-19 and climate energy, progress in gender equality has not only failed to move forward, but has begun to reverse, end of quote. It is clear that there is still much to be done to arrive at that global threshold of gender equality to eliminate this apparent disconnect between women empowerment and the SDGs. The emphasis placed on COVID-19, climate change, and the rising price of fossil fuel should be mirrored for gender inequality and women empowerment. The global disconnect between the SDGs and women empowerment will stagnate any effort to build economic resilience and sustainability, especially in a post-COVID era. I am extremely happy that within our region, our governments are eager to respond to the cry for greater economic empowerment for our women and are taking concrete action to improve the lives of women and girls. Much is being done, but much more is needed in order for us to achieve the SDG goals by 2013. In closing, I would like to extend special thanks to all our delegates of the various nation states gathered here at this very impactful event. Our meeting is not fortuitous, but carefully planned to shed light on the inadequacies faced by women. It is also an opportunity to learn about the best practices and initiatives that have set some of our women on the path to sustainability. We stand in solidarity to demonstrate that we will not remain silent on this issue, but will continually broadcast that disparity until the SDGs are met. A lot more has to be done. And as we recognize this, we also need to recognize that a lot is being done by our governments and our friend, especially the governments and people of the Republic of China, Taiwan. And I ask again that we recognize them for the work that they're doing. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to fight on the agenda of women empowerment, we know that it is a noble fight and it is a noble task. And may God guide us on our journey. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Could you give her a round of applause one more time? I think that was an excellent presentation covering the number of initiatives that St. Lucia is doing, which is actually wonderful to hear. And I'm sure those words are encouraging to those who are here, who are wondering what is happening. But we hear clearly what St. Lucia is doing. Give her a round of applause one more time. Thank you. At this time, we'll move into our panel discussion. The panel discussion will be led by Ms. Aziel Clark, Permanent Secretary, Acting of Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs.
A pleasant good morning to all. All protocols being established, it is my pleasure to invite to the stage the guests that will be participating in our first panel, the current trends and challenges in women's economic empowerment in the Eastern Caribbean. I invite the Honorable Iseline Phillip, our Junior Minister with Responsibility for Gender Affairs. I invite Mr. Philip Schwem, the Senior Development Advisor and Regional Economist with USAID for the Eastern and Southern Caribbean. I invite Ms. Janice Henderson, representative for AWE. I invite Mrs. Amal Wilkin Boone, the representative of Young Leaders of the Americas Initiative. I know she was losing her voice a bit, so I'm not sure if that's okay. And we will be joined live by Ms. Cadell Ferguson, the General Manager of the Barbados Youth Business Trust and an implementer of the AWE Barbados. All right, they'll just do a mic check for everybody.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Can you hear me?
Yes. All right, lovely. So we will give each person about, in the interest of time, and I might have prepared more, 3 minutes to give their initial thoughts on the topic, the current trends and challenges in women's economic empowerment in Eastern Caribbean. Then we'll do a little bit of crosstalk, take about 2 questions from the floor, and then we will hope to end with some insightful words. So I will invite Minister Phillip to make her introductory statement.
Sure. Good morning again to everyone. So just brief words, because I want to give opportunity for the other panelists to discuss. So when I saw the topic, current trends and challenges in women's economic empowerment in the Eastern Caribbean, it really made me think, we think about access and access to particularly funding opportunities, which is why I believe that's really a focus for a lot of our government institutions on a lot of islands. So Minister Hippolyte would have mentioned the different initiatives that the government in St. Lucia would be doing in order to increase access to provide funding. And that's also a thrust that we are seeking to do here in St. Kitts and Nevis by providing, microfunding, and even with this initiative that is hosted through the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs with the support of the Republic of China, Taiwan. I think we recognize that in order for us to really get into business, you have to take the risk and invest in business, and that requires funding. But for a lot of individuals, particularly women, if you don't have capital, you can't get capital. And so recognizing that as a challenge, it's really great to see when we have administrations and countries being able to say, well, we recognize that this is accessing funding, accessing capital is a challenge, and so we want to provide opportunities to do that, and not only to provide the capital, but also to offer the skills and the education for financial literacy and financial management, because I believe that's also an area where you've had instances where you provide funding, you provide access to this funding for, individuals, for business and entrepreneurs, but then it kind of goes south and sour. And that's potentially likely because, they haven't had the skills or the education to be able to scale up, to be able to manage these resources and understand exactly what goes into a business outside of just having that capital. And so I think, recognizing the challenge of course, having the funding and making that accessible and available, but also with that, being able to provide the skills development, the education, and the guidance so that women who have businesses, who sometimes, most often than not, actually are simply, scaling up a hobby, scaling up a skill that they have, just something that they like to do, and turning it into a business, an income-generating opportunity for themselves and their families. And so recognizing that, being able to put the structures in place that allow these individuals to access resources, access financing, and also access the information and market information and skills that they need to be able to manage that. So I would leave it there for now and allow others to build on that.
That's a very good start. I turn now to Mr. Philip Schwem to provide his thoughts on the topic.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to be part of this session today. As we all know, women globally have suffered disproportionately from the impact of COVID-19. The pandemic has worsened gender equalities, threatening a major setback to gains in women's empowerment. Women-owned businesses suffered from uneven business closures, and job losses disproportionately impacted those in the labor pool. The situation compounded greater legal restrictions, less access to markets and commercial finance, property rights challenges, harassment, and even violence. This is a global phenomenon, and the Caribbean is no exception. The IMF reports that even before the pandemic, only 52% of women participated in the region's labor market, versus 77% of men. During the pandemic, job losses among women have run about 1.8 times the rate of men, exacerbating an already untenable situation. But while small island developing states face unique market challenges, anyone who knows this region knows that one, it's resilient, and two, that it abounds in ideas and opportunity. And you will continue to hear about the inspiring initiatives and successes of women entrepreneurs and business leaders throughout the day. So why invest in these women and women like them? The equation is actually pretty simple. Women are half the population, and more women participating in economies equals greater GDP. Eliminating systematic barriers that keep women from productively participating would result in substantial economic gains. Per the ILO, closing the gender gap in labor participation alone by 25% by 2025 could increase global GDP by as much as 5.3 trillion US dollars. Fully removing barriers to women's economic activity could increase annual global GDP by 7.7 trillion US dollars, or 8.3%. Moreover, research by USAID indicates that women-led businesses may substantially outperform their male peers. Female entrepreneurs in the study grew revenues 1.5 times faster and created jobs twice as fast. Now, I'm not an investor, but if I were, you know what I'm saying. Unfortunately, while women entrepreneurs account for a third of the world's former businesses, a share that absolutely must increase, 70% of them report that they are unserved or underserved by financial systems. Consequently, addressing their unmet financing needs, a gap estimated at 260 to 320 billion US dollars a year globally, represents an opportunity not only for women entrepreneurs, but for financial institutions, investors, and governments. A welcome addition in helping to close this gap regionally is the Eastern Caribbean Partial Guarantee Corporation, which has been set up with support from national governments and the World Bank as an innovative mechanism addressing the collateral constraints. It is currently operational in 6 countries with funds earmarked specifically for women's economic empowerment in St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and here in St. Kitts and Nevis. But more needs to be done to catalyze growth, and women are key. At USAID, we believe that we increase incomes and opportunity, or as we increase incomes and opportunities for women, entire communities, economies, and countries benefit. Societies that empower women to participate fully in economic and civic life are prosperous and peaceful. Investing in women's economic empowerment can build vibrant economies, help eradicate poverty, and unlock human potential on a transformational scale. The U.S. government is committed to gender equality, and the U.S. Women's Entrepreneurship and Economic Empowerment Act of 2018 requires that gender equality and women's empowerment are integrated throughout USAID's programming in all sectors. USAID has obligations totaling 25.6 billion US dollars, and our leadership wants to double this. Reducing regulatory barriers, changing discriminatory policies and practices, and shifting social norms will increase women's participation in the economy at the global, national, and local levels. And this is the long-term goal. This requires bottom-up, demand-driven reform, collaboration with other donors like Taiwan ICDF, and strong political will from our partner governments. To elevate the importance of gender equality and women's economic empowerment, USAID's Gender Equality and Women's Economic Empowerment Hub currently manages a $400 million portfolio consisting of over 100 activities in more than 60 countries, with over 1,000 partnerships with private sector, local, nonprofit, and other organizations. Let me just stop there.
Thank you for that. You had us all enthralled. We'll look forward to hearing the rest. I now turn to Ms. Janice Henderson, our representative for AWE, to give her opening remarks.
Thank you so much. Good morning, and I'm truly honored and delighted to be here to share in this forum today. And when I consider the topic trends and challenges in women's economic empowerment, women face various challenges, and when it comes to access to economic empowerment, one of the challenges that I find persons face is in terms of information. And where the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs programs come in, it's a program that was established by the U.S. Department of State, Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs. And this is built on a three-pronged process, providing women with the access they need to information, where there are many persons who are interested in starting a business. Many persons, because of the economic challenges that they're having, they're seeking a way out. They have an idea, but some do not know exactly what it takes to get from an idea to a viable business. And this is where the program comes in, where it provides women with information. They learn various things from fleshing out their ideas, how to do marketing, how to put together a business plan, how to really structure your ideas to ensure that you can provide a product or a service that really meets the needs of individuals. Because if you're not solving a problem, and if the problem is not big enough, you will not have a viable business. So the program starts out by offering women information, knowledge, and skills. Also provide women with access to networks. And in this society, as one of our speakers mentioned yesterday at the initial, if you want to go far, then go alone. But if you want to accomplish much, then you have to do it together. And therefore, through this program, it exposes women to a network of women, because this Academy for Women Entrepreneurs program, it's located in over 80 countries, empowering numerous women throughout the world. And it's providing women with that access to networks. Because in business, there are various challenges, and we will go through some additional challenges as we go through. And it's important that you do not have to make the same mistakes. You can learn from the mistakes of others. Mentors will be there to guide you so that you can get to your journey faster, so you can avoid some of the pitfalls. Additionally, the program provides access to financing, and finance is something that many persons struggle with. And finance is available, but at times persons are not in a position where they're able to access that finance. As our Honorable Minister would have mentioned she mentioned in terms of business plan and having that business plan. And we guide persons through the process of how to create that business plan. Because if you're going to seek a loan, they will need a business plan. If you want to speak to an investor, they want to see your plan because they want to see that you would have put the work in, that this is not just a fly-by-night, but you would have taken the opportunity, taken the chance to go through and really flesh through your idea. And when we consider this Academy for Women Entrepreneurs program, it's an encompassing program. And here in Antigua and Barbuda, we're privileged to be offering the program for the second year. And through this program, it offers the knowledge, the networks. There's also a community service component where persons get to give back. And from this program, as all the speakers have already underscored, when you empower a woman, you're empowering the nation. And through this program, we are empowering the nation. And we can say, if we continue on this trajectory, then the world is in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. We'll turn our attention now to the screen. We'll be joined by Ms. Cadell Ferguson. She is a general manager of the Barbados Youth Business Trust and an implementer of AWE Barbados, and she will provide us on her thoughts on the current trends and challenges. Good morning, Ms. Ferguson.
Good morning, Susan. Let me first start by saying I am disappointed that I am not able to join you in person, but I am heartened that we have been included in this conversation around trends and challenges for women in entrepreneurship and economic development. So based on what I've just said, my focus on the trends and the challenges would be as it relates to entrepreneurial support for women in business. I represent an organization in Barbados that has been operating from 1994, supporting young persons in Barbados to start their business, implementing a strong entrepreneurial culture within the country. In a wider sphere, the Barbados Youth Business Trust has assisted 8 countries across the Caribbean to start programs to support young people in business. We have found that in our programs, we have been supporting in excess of 60% females in our program. Through our program, we are helping these persons to achieve economic independence, to develop their self-confidence, to fulfill their ambition, and contribute to their community through the medium of self-employment and job creation. Further, we have found that women and men are similar in their attitude and aptitude towards entrepreneurship. However, when it comes to capturing opportunities, seizing those opportunities, and ensuring that they are confident in the capacity that they need and the capability that they need to bring those ideas forward, women fall a little shorter than men as it relates to that. We have heard before that women have challenges as it relates to financial access, as it relates to technology. Although women are quite accustomed to using technology, we still have 70 million women in Latin America and the Caribbean who have no access to technology or do not use it. We also have the problem of education, where women are removed from traditional educational situation to take care of their family and elderly dependents. And so there is this societal expectation that women are caregivers, and therefore they are the ones to take care of the family and their needs. And it is again seen across the board that because of their risk-averse nature of female and their low confidence, their aptitude towards business startup is a little lower than we would have seen in male. So that is why the Barbados Youth Business Trust, through its program, have been working to provide business mentoring, have been doing ongoing training and development to build skills and give knowledge to females. We have been exposing them to local, regional, and international networks so that they have information, opportunity, and networks to grow their businesses. We have provided them with brainstorming sessions to help to inspire innovation. We have assisted them with trade show and mission to give them exposure. We have provided cluster mentoring and cluster formation for the encouragement of support of females. We have done gender relation training to sensitize people on how to be female and achieve. We've also provided linkages through other programs. And as Janice, we are the implementers
While we get her back on the line, Once we get her back, I'll pause to re-engage her. But in the interest of time, because I know we are running a bit late. Across the presentations, what we've heard today is women in business and the workforce, there is a need. We're not serving it as it is. However, on the plus side, there are opportunities. And I hope before we leave today, I see PS for small business, that we leave today knowing that we have the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs just across the waters in Barbados. I'm not sure if there's a branch here. And we do have the Barbados Youth Trust, which will give us opportunities to bring those into our native countries. We have the support from USAID and other development partners, the Embassy of the Republic of Taiwan, China on Taiwan. As a social worker and systems person, we know information is an issue, a barrier. It's not as free as we think it should be. But through the Academy for Women's Entrepreneurs, there is an opportunity to take the information to the women, because we've always stated there's not enough time in our day to come to sessions, but we'll meet them where they are. And then we have financial information, the point taken by the minister. It is not, we view our natural trend to balance our books, but we don't always get it right. So we definitely need to incorporate information into that practice. And then the financing, ECPCG, the USAID, the Republic of China on Taiwan, all stand ready with it, but we need to value the multiply effect of those funds and make sure that they're imparted correctly. And of course, caring work. We always say we need to make a hobby our next business. Many of us, it's our caring work. So how then do we start to value babysitting? But not even babysitting anymore. I think the language has moved beyond that. It's caretaking of children and our seniors, because we said we are twice a child, one is an adult, twice a child. So if we know we're going along that trajectory, why do we not then value caring work for equal pay like other types of work? We had the legal restrictions, property and others, and then we have talked about societal. The Prime Minister has a meeting with our menfolk to help them to understand that the empowerment of women does not leave them behind. But it's time for us to also explore what else in our traditional African and Caribbean upbringing makes entrepreneurial spirit and diversification of women such a challenge. That it doesn't look like it's just the strongest amongst us that do it, but it should be the norm for every little girl and little boy to use their talent or skills to diversify their income. Because as COVID told us, it is possible to shut down the world, and when we don't go to work, how do we earn? I see Ms. Kedalis Ferguson is back. I don't know if you had any last thoughts. We were cut off prematurely by you.
My apologies for all of this. So what I was finalizing in saying is that, like Janice, we also implement the AW program through the U.S. Embassy. And through our program, we provide training, working groups, WhatsApp groups, motivational session, pitch preparation and pitch competition, expose panel discussion. And as with everything, as it relates to female, we must celebrate our wins, and therefore we do a big graduation to introduce the women to the alumni society that we have for our Academy for Women Entrepreneurs program, which we have been executing now for the past 4 years. That was it. Thank you. Back over to you, Azila.
Pause here to see if we can take 2 questions from the room. It's not all the time that we have the opportunity for persons to be in front of us. Are there any questions we can entertain? Yes, I see one.
Okay, so As it relates to the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs program, it is open to once persons are over 18. There is no cap limit, there is no end. So we start at 18, and once you're over 18, you're welcome to apply for the program.
But we take that as well. Many of us get our second wind, and we should be able to see and redefine these cutoff ages of retirement. It is transitioning from one to the next, we like to see. Any other further questions? Yes, I see another. Go right ahead.
Okay, yes. I'm really excited to hear about some of the initiatives that are being shared with us today. I particularly was interested in your comment about the cultural aspects of why businesses are not necessarily working. One of the comments that I would say is persons often say partnership is leadership. And that's it's a cultural thing that I've heard quite a lot of. But in actual fact, when you're looking at doing a finished product, you need to be able to build partnerships. And it's very, very critical for that finished product. How can we pull together in terms of bulk buying, being able to ensure that we can get the supply. We're not overly dependent on far overseas suppliers, but we can actually supply locally and regionally, because I think we do have the systems to be able to do it, but we just don't necessarily talk the same language to get it done. But I would like to see that happening a lot more so that we could be a little bit more productive. And finally, I love the pitch competitions, but competitions, we don't always want to be on a competitive mode. You want to be able to say, I'm working with another business. Even on display, I have 3 businesses that I actually partnered with in order to get products on the table today that were in the competition. So it's not just a competition. I'm actually, sharing business with my sister, and I want to be able to see that a lot more.
Thank you, Ms. Clapp, for that contribution, because I think it actually leads into and feeds into another challenge that I think spreads beyond our, micro context in terms of where we are island-wise. We have a lot of programs and activities that help to facilitate entrepreneurship locally, but I do think we need to recognize that in the absence of partnerships and even in the absence of strong regional integration, it does also create a challenge when it comes to things like access to markets. And as you mentioned, even just being able to reduce shipping costs because you want to be able to purchase in bulk. And so I think there is a need, and we do recognize the need for things like cooperatives, so that we can be able to support each other better so that we can all thrive. And I think it's a matter of us being able to shake the idea, this notion and this attitude that we're in competition all the time. Because, the market is big, the market is vast, especially if we're able to look beyond our, 69 square miles. And so that is why I think we do need to, as a region, as, states in the Caribbean, particularly Eastern Caribbean, wider Caribbean, Latin America, we need to be able to see each other as, markets that are available so that we can regionally integrate. And with that, we need to think about how we can improve our trade relations so that we make trade easier within our region, because that is what will make us sustainable as a region. I think COVID-19 definitely showed our countries the challenge when it comes to importing and the high import bills that we're experiencing. And so that stresses the greater need for us to regionally integrate. And I think with that, then local entrepreneurs will recognize their market is not just the same people that exist here in our countries. And so we will be a lot more willing to cooperate. We'll be a lot more willing to partner because, I think they always say, who is for you will be for you. I don't think we can, the pie is not too small. There is globally enough resources for all of us. It's just unequally distributed. And that's all. And so I would really hope that we can, in addition to thinking about how we can locally help to promote and encourage and enable entrepreneurs to grow locally, that we also need to also be thinking about how all of our organizations, our institutions, our multi-agency partners can come together to find solutions for regional integration so that we can promote trade, so that we can open up markets, and so that we can increase our cooperation when it comes to business development and entrepreneurship, because that is the sustainability piece. That is how we'll be able to sustain ourselves.
I see P.S. Dorr from Sustainable Development. Go right ahead.
Succeed in business. One of the issues I wrote here is fear of failure. I think that is something that we should address even before we reach the level of talking about financing. That is a challenge that our women face. Also, there's a tendency for us not to be taken seriously in our own society. For some reason, someone comes from overseas with a business idea and it's excellent. Everybody smiles at it and everybody supports. But when it's somebody who, in your own society, your own community, that can't work. And so we even dampen the opportunity, dampen the chance of that small business, that woman succeeding, even before she gets a chance. And the third thing I think we'll need to address going forward is how to balance, how to teach women to balance the responsibility. We are women, we are wives, we are single parents, we are everything, but we are also entrepreneurs. And somehow, sometimes we can't do it all. And so I just think that these three factors must also be added when we're thinking about women and how we can be successful women entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that comment, and I truly agree, because one of the things that we had to overcome with the ladies in our program, and even just recently we were speaking to some, and what they were saying is that even some, they applied for the program, but they didn't think they were going to get through. And there were some who didn't even apply because they disqualified themselves. And I think as women, yes, at times we're not taken seriously, but each person has to get to that point where they know that the fulfillment of their dreams, it's their responsibility and no one else. So it doesn't matter who does not believe in you. You have to get to that point where you believe in yourself. And we have to start encouraging persons, be our sisters, uplifters, those in business, encourage another. And, be there, provide, and that's why the mentorship is also important. Because at least you will have someone there to guide you. But each person has to get to that point where they know that the fulfillment of my dream, it is my responsibility. And it does not matter who does not support me. It does not matter who does not believe in me. Once I believe in me, that is important. Because at times, persons will doubt you until they have the evidence to prove it. So you have to, once you say it, that is enough. Once you say it, work towards it, and then others will come along. But we have to get to that point where we stop allowing the negativity of others to get us down, to stop us from becoming all that we were created to be. Also, just one more thing in terms of balancing, and it is really important that we learn to balance, because we wear many hats, many different hats. And what I encourage persons to really think of what is important and why you are in this, because for every woman going into entrepreneurship, going into business, it's because you're trying to have a better standard of living for yourself and your family. At times it may be daunting, at times there will be numerous work to accomplish, but what you have to do, manage your time, put together a system in place, and get persons to support, get the children to play their role, get others to help you so that you can get this task done. I know at times many women do not want to ask for help because we want to, do everything on our own. But at times it takes asking for help, asking others, so that we're able to accomplish all that we need to do.
I also think that the issues that you just laid out, it really underscores the importance of business support organizations, the incubators, the accelerators. These organizations are essential to to strengthen business plans that are so important, one for success, but also accessing credit, as well as the mentoring, the continuous mentoring. You don't want programs, then that's it. You want programs that continue that relationship. We have a program in Guyana called the Economic Development Accelerator. It works with agro-processors. 66% of the participants are women. This is not by design. This is on the strength of the ideas that these women entrepreneurs are bringing to the program. And the program works with them to give them the confidence to stand up, develop these plans, and defend these plans before financial institutions, before buyers, and really supporting their entry into the market. I think these are the types of models that we need to expand across the region to support, one, economic diversification, but growth.
I've just been notified that we have another 10 minutes. I'm not sure if there's any other questions. I acknowledge the lady there.
Yes, I agree with all those on the panel with terms of support. Our being here today, I'm sure, is because of some of our counselors who have endeavored to ensure that we are here. And we are aware that a time limit was given, but at this time, I think there is a need for more time for those of us who are new in business. I do support what you are saying in terms of support for the entrepreneurs who are new. Thank you.
Sure. We take from that in project development, it takes us to now move, especially when we're talking about entrepreneurs, to incorporate mentorship and personal development. Too many times we are focused on the subject matter and don't spend enough time with the individual. So we need to take some time with the individual and do some psychosocial work, low level, not clinical stuff, low level, building self-esteem, the ability to speak and articulate your dreams, because these things matter when you interact with persons. So adding some of those topics and mentorship. I hear that a lot from the trainees, the counselors being there to guide you, walk with you. Because again, I heard it last night that, accounting, many of us try our best to budget our books, but it's not something that is genuine to us. We get it and we spend it and we pray for the rest. Or we don't pay ourselves at all. I heard one lady say last night she learned, pay myself first. And so these are new habits and practices that we have to engender in our project development. So the lessons we learned from the Women's Empowerment Project, AWE models, and other programs, bringing them to bear as we create models here. And also learning that there are models out there. We need to search for them because it's been done before. They say there's no new thought in the world, but we definitely need to try and do research for best practices to bring into our region and our islands to be able to engender and, of course, learn from the persons. I don't know if there's any more. Yes, I see PS Door again, no problem. I know you're taking your notes because sustainable development is key to such initiatives.
Development and education. And going forward, I know we have, well, in the Caribbean, the A levels and the O levels are very important. But I think that we have to go back there to start to form and create what we envision in terms of our future. And we have to stop making our children think that there will be employees. We have to start to create entrepreneurs. And it has to start from the primary school level. It has to start at the secondary school level into our tertiary education. So I am one who very much supports these basics because anything can be taught at any level, Anything can be taught at any level. So the primary school, you have some sort of program where you encourage entrepreneurship in its simplest form. And if our thinking changes from that level, then it's going to make your job easier. By the time we reach our 20s and 30s and 40s, and it's going to be easier. So let's embrace them very young, and let's create entrepreneurs for the region. Not wait until we're in our 30s and like be afraid to go, afraid to put yourself forward sometimes. Let's start very young. That's just my final, I hope, contribution on this.
I think that's a valid point about, because the fear of the silos that we've all known, because we've been taught to pass the test is all on you. And that triggers all the rest of our lives doing it by ourselves. But if we learn community action, community working together, then the thought of cooperatives, groups, working together in the marketplace will become more part of who we are, as opposed to consciously trying to be that. So I think there is room for great collaboration with education, sustainable finance, small business development, that we can all pursue in all of our member states, remembering collaboration as one of the points from today. I think I saw somebody else trying to signal. Yes, PS.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I just want to support what Ms. Doe said. And I was here thinking we need to change our mindset, because sometimes the way we think, or the way our parents think we're supposed to be a doctor or whatever, that hampers us from being entrepreneurs. So I just wanted to support what Ms. Doe said, and there needs to be a cultural change, and we need to embrace the so many other avenues that are available to us and our young people.
I'm happy to hear that, speaking from the PSs in the room, so we know that the change is most possible, because we sit at those tables to make them so. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jackie. I greet you from Belize. And a lot of the conversation we've been having is centralized within the Eastern Caribbean states. But I would like for us to expand our thinking to know that entrepreneurs, especially women entrepreneurs, are distributed all over the Caribbean. So I want to call to task the embassy to see if they can probably create some type of WhatsApp group that's a regional discussion, to pull in all of the women who were fortunate enough to participate in this activity. I know St. Kitts has a WhatsApp group, but I would encourage them to create something regionally for us to all share ideas, because Belize needs to hear a lot of what you are discussing here today. I've shared the link up with most of the women who participated in the event with me, but I think it would be good to have something regionally.
Hi, Delreen Taylor, PS for Small Business and Entrepreneurship. Just to strengthen the point that PS Duo made and the other PS over on this side. As I sit here and I listen to all the ideas and recommendations, all the challenges that we face regionally, and it's quite interesting to hear about the education part of it in terms of the students, because there was once a JA, Junior Achievement Program, that we had at SBDC, and I think we are looking to bring that back on stream, and that was more tailored towards the high school ones. But as PS Doe said, I think we might need to take it to the grassroots and take it into the primary schools, because then once we start at that level, then and it develops into high school, tertiary education, then we strengthen entrepreneurs in thinking, not just women, but male, that this is the way to go and to make themselves develop in those areas. So yes, we need to have more collaboration with other departments so that we can strengthen in these areas in terms of education, sustainable development and all those things, so that we could provide the necessary tools, incentives and stuff like that that are needed for this program of this sort. That's my input.
So I just want to bring up a little support and summary for all of the things that was shared by our PSs here today, because the thrust to be able to bring entrepreneurship or the culture of entrepreneurship to the young people, that's also part of the vision particularly for the Ministry of Youth Empowerment. So I would have met with representatives for Junior Achievers, and I know that they are ready to restart the program. So I'm really glad that they also connected with the Small Business Development Center and the unit over there, because we really want to see that in our schools. And of course, conversations with education need to be ongoing to see how we can have these kinds of business and entrepreneurship skills just become part and parcel of the curriculum, where it's just part of the practical that you may do as your business essentials course. And so I'm actually really happy to hear, these responses and these thoughts, because that is the thinking, particularly for me as a Minister of Youth Empowerment, because I do believe that we do need to enculture and ingrain this spirit and this culture of entrepreneurship, because the reality is government cannot employ everybody. And so this thinking around, I'm going to go to school, I'm going to do my education, get a scholarship from the government, and come back to work for the government needs to stop. That's just the reality. That's just the reality. And so, if we can definitely support our young people and get them thinking, that's where the innovation and the ideas come from. I want everybody to know that that is supported by the ministers, by the administration. And so we're happy to have PSs and departments and staff who are willing to come with us along this for us to realize that vision. And I'm particularly interested in hearing what St. Lucia has done, because I'm here you mentioned, Minister, the Youth Economy Program. I wrote it down here to say, talk to Minister Hippolyte about that. So I'm going to, talk to you to find out what that is and to just kind of get an idea if that's something we can emulate here, to see if we can also similarly promote youth empowerment through business development and entrepreneurship from an early age, so that we can begin that cultural shift, which is absolutely needed as we're thinking about sustainability of our regions and our countries. Thank you.
I don't see foreign affairs in the room, but to my Belizean colleague, I think also we do have established sub-regional entities, OECS, CARICOM, that are all speaking the same language, but I'm not sure that we all speak it in tandem. So we definitely need to be able to share the experiences at the grassroots level, at the highest level, and provide the spaces. Because your excellent point about the simple WhatsApp group, but there are other communities, online communities, where persons can share their actual full stories about connectivity. I'm going to call you the hot sauce lady. Could tell you about working with from growers to marketers, digital media to design her paper, and then learning also from there, because I'm excited about the fact that we are contributing to that culture change where you view yourself, all of your talents, as complementary to who you are. And so you can monetize all that you do. Because my hairdresser once told me my mouth will take me places, and it definitely has. But I always know that I should really be a plumber as well, because anybody that has had plumbing issues and finding a plumber knows that that's something we should all have. So it is about complementing your academic with your technical skills and adding a bit of your passion to be able to be that well-rounded individual. So we're excited about that. So we're talking about networks. Don't leave the room without talking to the individuals to find out about their experiences, to take it home on a micro level. But we do also tap the need to have these experiences tabled at our sub-regional level, OECS CARICOM, because the policy directives, speaking with our donor partners, can happen individually, but it also happens at that sub-regional level. So we can have the EU markets opened up because we have a footprint there, or Asian markets, and some of that happens at that level. I don't know if anybody wants to give their 30-second point. I want to keep us as on time as possible to get out of here at 12:10. I'll start in the reverse and end with the minister.
All right, so as it comes to the trends and challenges in women's economic empowerment, there are challenges, but amidst the challenges, there are also opportunities. And it's not all doom and gloom. We have been making progress, and it's important that we learn the lessons and then apply it. We can't go back in the past and change whatever was done, but we are armed with knowledge, and it's important that each of us make use of what we've learned. Share it with others, and in whatever way you can help others, pointing them to the information, serving as a mentor, and I'll be reaching out to some persons to see who would like to serve as a mentor to the women in the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs program. And in whatever way you can contribute, just do the best that you can where you are with the resources that you have, and everything else will fall into place. Thank you.
I think there's a critical role for government. We've heard a little bit in the discussion, the need for reforming education curricula, starting the junior achievers, these sorts of initiatives. I mean, addressing gender-based violence. It takes a holistic approach. You don't want to approach this very narrowly. And a critical role for government is ensuring that the enabling environment is there, that the policy framework is there. So this sort of ecosystem and the organizations, the varied organizations, because there are a wide range of partners that can support economic growth. But these partners, this ecosystem is supported in what they do. Their work is facilitated and they're protected. So it is a partnership between private sector and government.
Thank you, and I want to agree with that point, just in terms of recognizing that public-private partnerships are absolutely vital to the success of women's economic empowerment and even just economic and social development holistically. We definitely, as an administration, as a minister, I can say that we definitely have understand and recognize that we cannot continue to function in our silos as ministries. And so the effort is made for more interministerial work, interministerial partnerships, and also extending that so that we can work more with our businesses in the private sector, but also with our NGOs and CSOs. And we're always grateful to our donors and our agency partners, because they really have sustained us over the years with, got a lot of funding, a lot of program ideas, a lot of technical expertise and support. And so I just want to take a moment to thank our partners for that, and look forward to that continued support so that we can continue to create and improve an enabling environment so that our businesses and entrepreneurs can grow. And, I'm grateful for this opportunity to hear from all of you, and to hear and to recognize that you're also thinking along the same trajectory and the same vision lines as the leadership and the administration currently. And so we look forward to having your support as the general public, and also to be able to continue working together to build and strengthen the partnerships that we know we need. So thank you very much.
Thanks to everyone, and the panel can exit. I see the able chair returning to his spot.
Thank you very much to the panelists. They did an excellent job. Give them a round of applause again. At this time, we will allow the officials to proceed to the Sabre Ballroom, where lunch will be served, after which the others can proceed also. We will try our best to make sure we get all the other presentations in after. So make sure after you finish eat, get ready again for the next session. All right, so the officials can proceed at this time.
If I ever get back my blue jeans, Lord, how happy would one man be? If I ever get back my old blue jeans, how happy could a one man be? 'Cause if I get back my blue jeans, I know my baby will be bringing them on home to me. The sunshine, so I brought home the rain. She tries to understand me as I drive her insane. When she wants tender moments, I bring her back.
Now, this session, this featured address, could you imagine, is going to be a bit interactive. So I want you to come along with me. Are you with me? Are you with me? All right. Now, in order for you to be completely with me, I need you to get out your device, whether it be your laptop or your smartphone. Take out your device, something that you can access your web browser with, please. And let's see if we can go. 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 Hold on. All right. They're saying I should be able to go now. Good. Okay, so at the top, you can see at the very, very top of the slide, it's asking you to go to menti.com. That's menti.com. So get your phone, go to menti.com. All right? And so we can share our responses together as we look at the role of women in global sustainability. And when you get to menti.com, enter the code, please. Is everybody there? No? If you're there, raise your hand, please. All right, we have a few persons who are there at menti.com, menti.com. Waiting for 10 more seconds for everybody else. Okay, so when you get to menti.com, you enter the code. I'll read it out for you. It's 48587324. It's 48587324. All right, so those of you just joining us, we are heading to menti.com and we're entering the code. That's menti.com, menti.com. Enter the code, please, 48587324. The code and the website would remain on the slides. So let's test it out. Let's see how many of you are there. First question, where across the globe are you from? This is a test question. So it should be open now. As long as you've entered the code, you should see the question and you can enter your answer. Are you seeing that? All right, wonderful. So we have a lot of St. Kitts, Nevis. Anybody else? USA with us. All right, good. The response is St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia. All right. So please, if you haven't entered, we have 16 people on. This is a huge room. So please, 19 we're up to. Any new persons, St. Lucia, USA? I met someone from Belize last night. Not on yet. Come on. All right. So this is our test question, just to make sure that you're all with us. Go to menti.com, menti.com, and enter the code at the top of the screen. The code is 48587324. And then you should be able to join us, and your responses would be on the screen. Taiwan, wonderful. Of course. Okay, Belize is here in the house. Good. All right, so I think that we can get into the meat of everything now. Thank you so much for your responses. Please go to the website. You can still do that and enter the code to be with us. Okay? So the role of women in global sustainability. So we just did the test, so we have a number of persons who are with us, because I'm going to ask another question, the real question, later in a few moments. But global sustainability and the role of women, what is it? I think we can take, for granted that we understand what a woman is, that she is a female human being. And if you want to argue that, not today, not here for that today. All right, so, okay. And global, of course, that's relating to the entire world. Worldwide. Anything that is worldwide, we consider it global. And the role that speaks to the participation of the women, right? How would they take part in what's going on? But sustainability, though. Sustainability. What really is sustainability? Right? So I went to do some research to the best place that knows everything, the internet. And it says that I found some definitions. Avoidance of the depletion of natural resources in order to maintain an ecological balance. This pursuit of global environmental sustainability is an example. So to maintain an ecological balance, avoidance of depletion. I like this other definition for sustainability, a societal goal that broadly relates to the ability of people to safely coexist on Earth for a long period of time. And I think that hits the nail on the head, right? First of all, sustainability is a goal because it's something that we are trying to reach to. But look at how it frames this. A societal goal, not an individual goal, which means that we must be in it together, right? Very good, very good. I told you you're doing this with me. We must be in it together. Very good. So it's a societal goal, and it relates to the ability of people to coexist on Earth, coexist with each other, with the environment, with other animals, to coexist over a long period of time. So you can't have one day and say it's sustainable. You're, living in sustainability. We want to ensure that we can endure, stand the test of time. And of course, the UN has set out the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And of course, they include zero hunger, no poverty. Some of them look at employment and also, of course, gender equality, number 5. All right? Number 17 is partnership for the goals, which again talks about doing it together. Very good. And so the role of women in sustainability, just the definition of sustainability being a societal goal, we're doing it together, means that women have a role to play. I thought I would have heard, yes, of course, women have a role to play. We cannot even fathom about forming sustainable societies, communities, countries, regions, unless we have the participation of women. We agree? Yes. And so we have to look at how we can get women fully on board, not just with talk, but actually create space for women to show up so that our countries can be sustainable. Our context. What is our context? The 1983 UNESCO publication, that's a very significant year, 1983. That's when our country became independent. But UNESCO had a publication that year entitled Women as Head of Households in the Caribbean. And it found that for the region as a whole, about 32% of households are female-headed or were female-headed at that time, with the highest proportions recorded for St. Kitts and Nevis, with 46.6% of households being female-headed. The lowest was Guyana, with 22.4%. So just a look at our context tells us that women are playing a huge role in our societies. They're heading the households. And so those are households that are headed solely by women, not taking into account the households that have both a man and a woman. So to take into account households that have a female presence in leadership would be well close to 100, because there are just very few that are headed solely by men. What we then have to consider is that if our societies are going to be sustainable, the women must be leading the charge. I want us to, we're at menti.com, But this is a quilt that I came across while at the Singapore Council of Women's Organization. And it says, "Women hold up half the sky." More than half. Ambassador Lin told me that last night. He said 2/3. That just means that there's more responsibility on women, right? And here somebody said the whole sky, Lord, man. So I don't get none. I don't get any of the sky to hold up, right? So women hold up. Let's just say half the sky. It means that they have to show up. If they don't show up, if you don't show up, then half the sky will fall. If that's possible, because can you have only half a sky? I think the whole thing would collapse. All right. You're at menti.com. You should see this question. List the top 3 components of your ideal society. The option should be there. The slot should be there for you to fill in your responses. The top 3 components. We're at menti.com and the code is on the screen. I want to hear from you. What is your ideal society? What does that look like? Because we don't want to just say women are important and they hold up half the sky and we leave this room on a hype. But we want to take a deep look into this and see what are the things that are important to our society and how women can actually play a major part. And where are the parts in our society that women are currently left out? And we need to ensure that doors are open and space is made for them. All right, some responses. The society, the ideal society, affordable, safe. There's equity, peace. These are the leading ones. Education is important. Equity, safety, education, they're still at the top. All right, thank you so much for your responses. Peace and opportunities. Thank you so much. So as we can, just to have a further dive into our context, in the St. Kitts and Nevis 2007-2008 country poverty assessment, it indicated that female heads of households tend to be poorer than their male counterparts, and that 42.6% of households were headed by women at that point. So it was a slight decrease from 46% to 42% in 2007. Above some of the things that affect our sustainability, some of the threats here in the Caribbean context. And above average exposure to natural disasters such as hurricanes, volcanic eruptions, tsunami. And we also have a high susceptibility to global shocks. So we experience the multiply effect. That is normally a term used positively, but when it relates to the global shocks and how the Caribbean experiences them, then it's not so positive. We would have heard we have heard it said that if North America coughs, we catch COVID. So it just means that it's compounded for us. Why? Because of our location, because we're close to them, so that's why we catch it, because of our size. So our small populations, we're overrun by anything that comes that's negative. We do get the good benefits, but we also experience the shock from the bad. And so things like COVID, when that shut down our economy, not necessarily looking at the health aspect, but the fallout from it, of course, it affected our tourism, and that is a sector that is staffed mainly by women. And so women were affected first and worst during the pandemic lockdowns, right? So these are some threats to our sustainability here in our Caribbean region. All right, and so that's just one example of how the global shocks can affect us terribly. Look at the war in Ukraine, and you realize when you go into the supermarkets and you realize you can't get sugar just because, Mr. Russia is having an argument, but it's affecting us deeply here. So those are some of the threats to our sustainability. We have to then, if we are going to address our sustainability, remember being able to survive over a long period of time so that we can get to a society where we are education, peace, equity, justice, and all of these wonderful attributes that you highlighted. If we are to get to this point, we have to ensure that we are overcoming these challenges. And again, our women must be at the forefront of solving these issues. So as we have looked at the example of disasters, women and how they relate to disaster resilience. The UN Engender Program has put a spotlight on this in our region. The focus with the Engender Project is to ensure that governments pay keen attention to how we overcome the threats to disasters, both in preparing for them and then being able to bounce back after a disaster has struck. And one of the striking things that this project takes into account is gender equality and the participation of the most vulnerable. And so women must be included in the planning stage. So the disaster resilience boards, the committees, whether they are national or community level, they must have the participation of women. Why? Because men don't know it all. And the only person who could represent women completely and fully is a woman. That can be said too for persons living with disability. We need inclusivity. All right? But we're looking at women. And so that is just one aspect. So women has to be considered in the planning stage as it relates to disasters, when a disaster is happening. Where are the people going to go if they are homeless? We have to look at shelters and ensure that the shelter is suitable for women and suitable for women who are nursing babies, suitable for women who are looking after, who are caregivers. So they're caring for their older children or disabled persons or older elderly individuals. We have to look at those factors. And then also after a disaster, how do we deal with that and ensure that women are there so that we're heading towards a sustainable society, ensure that women are factored in. This is just one example of getting to sustainability. After a disaster, when we have aid being distributed, financial aid especially, are women at the forefront of that distribution? Are they considered equally as men are? We had the example in Dominica where it was reported that most of the aid would have gone to the males in the community, even though the females were heading a large number of households. It may be because that the males were able to get to the particular places of distribution, and women were home, still caring, and still trying to patch up, lives back together. But, we have to look at even aid after disaster with eye on equality to ensure that no one gets left behind and that the whole sky is held up. Right? So this holds true for the women in the economy, women in agriculture. We have to see how women look at the loopholes and ensure that our women are represented, that they are given space and they're not overlooked, right? So because of time, I won't be able to dive into each one of those, women in economy, women in agriculture. But just to say that as we step toward the new frontier, we cannot go without half of our team. And so I know I might be preaching to the choir, but I want to encourage you to be advocates. I have made an oath that I would be an advocate and speak up when I feel somebody is being left out, right? So it can be bothersome when you're saying, well, I don't always want to be the one in the room who is challenging or, putting an argument out there. But It needs to be done. And we can't get to a sustainable society where equality and education, equity and justice reigns if we don't have persons like you being advocates and championing the cause of women. And so let us aim for inclusivity to ensure that our women are included at the table, they're included in every step of the process so that we have a sustainable society. Just one thing, inclusivity goes beyond saying all are free to participate, all are free to attend college, all are free to own a business. It moves towards making sure that everyone reasonably can. So, not just saying everybody is free, but have we put things in place so that women are comfortable and likely to make the steps to starting a business, attending college, and making the moves that leads to a sustainable society. It is needed. It is needed because women hold up a lot of the sky. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Continue, give him a round of applause. That was wonderful. Excellent presentation by Mr. Philip. At this time, without further ado, I will call the host for the second panel discussion, who is Ms. Claudia Walwin, Project Coordinator of Women Empowerment Project of St. Christopher and Nevis. And she will be focusing on the relevance of women, economic empowerment to sustainable development goals in the Caribbean. Give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Protocol being established, I would now like to call the following panelists that will speak to the topic, relevance of women's economic empowerment, sustainable development goals in the Caribbean. Ms. Nadine Constantine, Project Coordinator, Women's Empowerment Project, St. Lucia. Let's welcome her, please. Ms. Kathleen Jeffers, Acting Director, Division of Adult and Continuing Education. Welcome her, please. Good afternoon, ladies, and welcome to the panel.
Good afternoon.
As was previously done, we will ask each guest to give a 3-minute snippet of the topic, and then we will engage with 2 questions, time permitting, from the audience. We may do another. And then our guests will give their closing remarks. So I will start with Lady Nadine.
Good afternoon, everyone. So what is the relevance of women's economic empowerment to sustainable development goals in the Caribbean? For me, economic empowerment means giving women the tools to become powerful, how would I say it, empowered, I didn't want to use the same word, but also to allow them, after giving them those tools, to be able to go out there and make a life for themselves. And we've heard so much about sustainability this morning, and our speaker just a while ago alluded to that. We're not just giving them a project or making them part of a project just to have a training for a 3-week period or a month or so. And then we give them a certificate, they have a nice graduation ceremony, and then they go home. Or we are just leaving them to find their way on their own. This is not what it is. What we are doing, we are giving them the tools, training them, and also introducing them to other places. For example, the business support that we spoke about earlier, and also incubator programs to allow them to be able to sustain themselves, and also to allow them to create their own businesses from whatever skills that they learned within the projects.
Thank you, Lady Nadine. I see that you've echoed the sentiments of Mr. Philip. Building support systems to ensure sustainability is really a reality for our women and for our men as well. Let us hear from you.
Okay, thank you again. Good afternoon, and it's a pleasure for me to be here to share with you. Now, in the Caribbean, there is much debate about achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and they're often referred to as SDGs. But this cannot be done without our women folk. It is also important to note that women's contribution is critical to the achievement of these goals, and the women's economic empowerment is a platform that provides and assists in the development of these goals. Now, we know that in 2015, the General Assembly would have adopted these goals in the agenda, and the main thrust is to transform the world. However, the call has been made over and over again in terms of the need for us to eradicate poverty, inequality, protect the planet, and ensure that people enjoy good health and well-being. The goals are, however, important to bring a balance to the economy, social and ecological dimension of the sustainable development, and also to place a fight against the poverty and sustainability of these goals. Now, there are 3 focus that we speak to in terms of economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental protection. These are critical elements, and they're also interconnected with our well-being as individuals and societies. Now, the SDGs and women economic empowerment have many relevance. This is so because the women empowerment programs helps to achieve many of these goals, and the women's empowerment, economic empowerment, is a prerequisite. It is seen as a prerequisite for these goals to be achieved. Another point is that it increases women access to economic resources, give them opportunities that include job and financial service, become owners of properties and other productive assets. They're also provided with many skills, and we would have seen and heard from our presenters and those who were involved in the programs. Even in my own situation as the director for the adult education, we have a program with the Taiwanese in terms of the women empowerment project, and a number of our women have been benefiting. They have developed skills that they themselves, and we had an example from our lady last night who would have shared that even with some of the things that she would have learned, she had reservation. We have persons developing self-esteem, their own businesses, they're able now to take care of their children, providing for themselves. We know that the challenges with our males, that sometimes they don't want to assist in financial contribution to the families. And these women now, many of them have gained employment. Some of them are starting their own businesses. And it is showing that with all of that, they're going to be able to contribute to the economy and also to assist in achieving these goals. All right? Those are some of the things that I just want to highlight in terms of the women economic empowerment is part of a solution to the broader issues in the economy, in the societies, and as we go on, we'll have that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffers.
You're welcome.
Okay, yes, Nadine?
And to add what she said, for me in St. Lucia, we are very gracious to have been afforded the opportunity by the Republic of China, Taiwan, to create this project. And I am the coordinator of CAFRA, which is the Caribbean Association for Feminist Research and Action. And in our project, we also have other avenues for the ladies. So we teach them unity, how to work with each other. We teach them life skills. They have attended many workshops. We have people coming from different business places to speak to them about the importance of running a business effectively. Also, they have been afforded the opportunity to go across to our sister nation of Martinique, where they actually went with members of our Small Business Association, and they actually saw our goods, our St. Lucian goods being marketed in Martinique. And we did all of that in an effort to show them that there are avenues for them. So we didn't just teach them the skills, we allowed them to align themselves with business associations, getting certified in the training that they were afforded with. And so, by so doing, when we actually package and market the products that we are making, that they would have, an avenue where they could showcase.
Thank you. Well, both our panelists, they have been able to demonstrate that we can talk about the goals, but there are some key actions that need to happen on the ground to ensure that it takes effect and change the lives of women's economic position. And we have to give kudos to the Taiwanese government. In fact, we have seen some growth in the women that we've encountered through this project, the WIFI project, in that when they came in, some of them didn't even have a business plan, but they're now more engaged in improving their business plans and getting more bang for their buck. So we want to give the Taiwanese the due that's due unto them. Just to go back a bit, a point that Mr. Phillip made about balance, and Ms. Jeffers, you did bring in that balance in terms of the various sustainable development goals. And if there is no balance, if there's no equity, if there's not that shared responsibility, then are we really attaining the goals as they're expected to be attained? Any further comments before I go?
Okay, one of the things to that, and it's very important with these women empowerment programs that we are doing, and I'm speaking from my own experience from the department, what we notice is that our women, they come from varying backgrounds, different academic levels, and we tend to form a program to fit everybody. But one of the things that we try to encourage is that we would have business and social skills complementing these programs, where if they want to start their own business, how they would do it, developing business plans. The social skills would be teaching them how to be customer friendly, how to deport themselves, and also to be able to maintain a balance where their mental health is concerned. Mm-hmm. And we have to pay attention to our women's mental health. So I think as we go along with these programs and the platforms that we form, we should focus on the mental health. It is critical to how they would focus and how they would bring to the table their critical thinking and other aspects. Also, it is very important that we support them, a psychosocial support, and this morning it was made mention of. And we need to pay attention, because if they're not emotionally well and they're unstable, then they cannot contribute as much as. And I'm happy that so many of our women are taking up the challenges now in terms of the different positions. I know if I go around the room, a lot of us are in the top positions in our jobs, or even in the political arena in different aspects in terms of initiatives and ideas coming forward. Sometimes we have them, but we shelter ourselves behind because we don't want to be dejected, but we need to just be forefront in coming, and with the empowerment, you would make a statement. So Taiwanese, you're doing a great job. Continue. It's so sad that you're going to be ending your program in St. Vincent with my department, but I am really grateful, and I can speak for St. Vincent. We have benefited tremendously, and we trust and hope for the other islands that we can also share and be one voice going forward with our women and their contribution as they develop and help to develop our societies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffers. We will now invite members of our audience to make a contribution. You will raise your hand and a mic will be brought to you so that it can be heard. Well, while the audience get their thoughts, all right, I recognize P.S. Dua.
Very much. One of the factors that I think that we are overlooking is the relevance of what we are doing. I've been to many places, I've seen many training sessions, but when I look at what the women are doing or what is being taught to the women, they are teaching women skills that are obsolete. And that is always one of my concerns. I went somewhere and I saw women doing crocheting. Nothing is wrong with crocheting. But the fact that it is not one of the arts that is much appreciated nowadays. So even if you become a master crochet, would you be able to make a living from that? Or you're doing coconut something. This is a world, this is a globalization era that we live in. And so the skills are necessary, but they must have relevance, and you must be able to live. You must be able to support your family on the skill that you're learning. So relevance of the training must be considered.
Thank you, P.S. Dore.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Nadine.
Thank you, P.S. Dore. We actually have one of our ladies doing crocheting in St. Lucia, and it's working very well because she, in as much as it's what we call an old skill, but we have made it relevant to today. So she makes earrings, she covers shoes, bags, bottle covers, like for Christmas, wine bottles, and so on. A huge array of modern, innovative ways that crocheting can be used. So it's relevant for us in our project.
I mean, I just said crochet. But it doesn't necessarily mean that. It could be something like art using coconut something. Things that, I mean, even here in St. Kitts, you go downtown and you see people selling certain art that won't sell, and you realize it's the same products they're bringing year after year because they didn't sell last year. And so they bring them back for this season, and they won't sell this year either. So it's not necessarily crochet I was talking about. I'm talking about necessary skills.
But we
that's what I was referring to.
We understand that point, but I can assure you that those persons have not yet come through our program, and we're working to reach them. Because I know that could not have been our program, because we're talking about innovation, digitalization, and how do you turn a profit? So tell those ladies, come and see us when we have our next iteration of training. I also want to say one aspect of our WIFI project that has helped with women's economic empowerment is the the work that we've been doing with the financial institutions, because we need to kind of make their awareness a little bit more towards the plight of women, so that they can look at women's application under different and clearer lens. So we need to give that aspect of our project some kudos as well. I recognize the hand. Okay. At the front here, AWE.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to add to what the PS said. I understand where she's coming from in terms of the relevance of the skills, but even just going back to the crochet example, for example, what we have to do at times in the Caribbean, the market might not be here for it because it's so predominant here. But what persons have to look is look outside of the region and find the market out there, because many persons want our Caribbean product. We here, to some extent, may not want it, but there are many persons out there, and we just have to be able to market our products out there so that we get to those who actually would appreciate, would value our products.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Eddie?
Well, what we did with our project, we targeted the hotels. So whatever products that the ladies are making, we're planning a showcase where we go to the hotels and we showcase what the ladies have made, right? Because before we started our project, we actually did our research to find out what was lacking and what the need was. So we didn't just do arbitrary things like crochet and basic things. So we actually took time out to teach the ladies skills and make things that were needed. We saw the need and the market was there. So it's just not doing a project for doing a project's sake, but it must have some relevance.
And we have to understand that change is something that takes time, because we're accustomed to walking left, right, and if you tell people to walk right, left, they start to think, and then it slows them down. So it's something in progress, and I think we have a lot more room for collaboration, because I see a lot of funding being available for women, but everybody is trying to get their own plug in as opposed to collaborating, pooling the resources, and making more impacts. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Jeffers.
In relation to what the lady said, I hear you in terms of the old skill, but one of the things so that we have to teach is how to be creative and innovative, so you can take the old skill and add to and ensure that you get a final product. Right. And one of the things we would notice, and even us as women, and we are so domineering in terms of saying women and we want all of this thing for women, but we also have to be careful because we're focusing on our women only and we're forgetting the males. Remember, we have our sons, we have to help them to develop, and they too, if we have, and I'm making the point to say, if we collaborate with them or work with them, we are going to have a better society rather than just we are one-sided. Yes. Very often when I speak, persons would ask if I'm a male, because I would say no, because I advocate for male as well, because when you look around, we must have good men in terms of our fathers, our husbands, our whatever, in terms of bringing to the table education-wise, critical thinkers. So if we work together with them, collaboration again we're speaking, we are going to have a better and fairer society, and all of these injustice and inequalities, I think it would help to be eradicated. So my point is, if we could do that collaboration and bring them on board, we have to assist in terms of going forward with the cause that we are speaking to.
All right, we'll take one more from the audience, and then we'll ask our guests to make their final comments.
Yes, thank you for that. I really appreciate that, the advocacy. I'm a mother of 3 boys, and in the business, one of the things that I see is that how the business can really bring them along. So, for instance, our son Our eldest son works with us, so he's employed by the business. The middle child is excellent on digital media, and everything we need to do, we go to him for. And the youngest child has chosen agriculture, and so growing peppers and everything is right up his street. So it's empowering the woman is actually empowering the whole household.
Yes.
So it really, really works. Thank you for that comment.
Very good point. Very good point. And I'm recalling the story of Ruth and Boaz in the Bible, and it just wraps up both your points about the women being empowered, and then in turn they blossom, and everybody else is doing well. All right, so we'll ask our panelists. Nadine, we'll start with you for a final comment.
It would be remiss of me if I don't mention a program that we have in St. Lucia which includes young men, and also with the assistance of the Taiwanese government. So we have a program called the Jeunesse Program, and it's in collaboration with the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, where we have the young entrepreneurs or people who are interested in becoming entrepreneurs. Of course, both male and female, and there's also a huge focus on the males. And the Taiwanese have gone to every single community in St. Lucia, and they have gone about and encouraged the youth, and they have also provided funding for them where they can start their own businesses, and also those who are already in a business to give them aid to continue their businesses. So it's not just the ladies, but they also target the young men, and also, as I said, in collaboration with the Arthur Lewis Community College, which will give them the tuition that they need in terms of the business aspect.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Jeffers?
Okay, for me, I'm again pointing out the relevance of the women empowerment programs to attaining the SDG goals, and to ensure that as we move forward, we need to also focus on the barriers that are there in terms of the policies that we make and we implement, looking at the stereotyping, the lack of access and for training and also financial services. And if we try to work on these and ensure that good policies are put in place and the correct directions are followed in terms of our women and what they must access, I believe that we would achieve much more. Rather than the goals, or in addition to the goals, the other aspects of life that so challenge us. And this morning, again, it was mentioned in terms of the crisis that our different countries face. We are now getting out of the COVID situation. For us in St. Vincent, we had the Lassa eruption, and now we have the weather patterns and all of this. So how do we place ourselves as women in terms of achieving or assisting in achieving the goals, where the women empowerment programs are across the board, and in terms of the Taiwanese and other donors or funding agencies that assist in empowering women. These are critical to how our economy is developed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And in closing, I would just like to sum up by saying that we can't just give consideration to women, but we have to have them at the table so that they can express, we can express our experiences and suggest solutions to some of our own problems. I think that would make an even greater impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Give them another round of applause. Moderated by Miss Claudia Walwyn, and of course the guests, Miss Nadine Constantine and Miss Kathleen Jeffers. Thank you all so much for sharing your experiences. I am here to take you through to the end of this afternoon's forum. And as they were just covering the relevance of women's economic empowerment to sustainable development goals in the Caribbean. And of course, any examination of the 17 sustainable development goals, you would realize that each one of them involves women. Why? Because women are important. Yes, women are human, and the goals are for us humans. And so we have to have the inclusion of women. At this point, we will have a keynote address by Her Excellency, Ambassador Eva Arevalo, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Guatemala.
Honorables países miembros de la EC, honorables autoridades de la República de China, Taiwán, honorables invitados especiales, señoras y señores. Es para mí un verdadero honor y un gusto poder saludarlos el día de hoy, extendiendo un afectuoso saludo del señor ministro Mario Búcaro Flores, que por motivos de fuerza mayor en su agenda de trabajo me ha encomendado su representación en calidad de la presidencia del Consejo de Ministros de la Asociación de Estados del Caribe y en representación del gobierno y pueblo de Guatemala. Este espacio representa una oportunidad para refrendar los lazos de hermandad y colaboración entre los países de la asociación y los países amigos. Agradezco la cordial invitación por parte de la República de China, Taiwán y St. Kitts and Nevis, país anfitrión, para participar en este memorable foro hacia una nueva frontera, promoviendo el desarrollo sostenible en el Caribe Oriental a través del empoderamiento económico de las mujeres. Guatemala trabaja bajo el compromiso de fortalecer el multilateralismo como eje fundamental de la política exterior. Por ello, estamos orientando este actuar bajo una diplomacia del desarrollo que vincula la importancia de liderar espacios internacionales con gran trascendencia que puedan incidir en beneficio de la región. Para nuestro país, como miembro fundador de la asociación, cada vez se hace más relevante la labor que desarrolla la EC como foro privilegiado que procura la integración, crea un espacio económico común, reserva el mar y promueve el desarrollo sostenible de los países de la zona del mar. Bajo ese espíritu, como presidencia del Consejo de Ministros, nos hemos comprometido con la EC y con la población de la región garantizar que haremos nuestro mejor esfuerzo para impulsar el Gran Caribe de acuerdo al Plan de Acción 2022-2028 de la EC. En ese sentido, el Gran Caribe persigue una visión de desarrollo que abarca los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible que se articulan mutuamente con el empoderamiento de la mujer. Además, estamos trabajando como región en promover la aplicación efectiva de medidas de facilitación del comercio para apoyar la internacionalización de las microempresas, pequeñas y medianas empresas, conscientes de la importancia que cada una de ellas para el desarrollo y fortalecimiento económico de la región. En nuestra presidencia tenemos como prioridad continuar promoviendo la recuperación socioeconómica post-pandemia, que priorice una reactivación equitativa, sostenible y resiliente de los sectores económicos para garantizar el acceso del financiamiento en condiciones favorables. Es importante avanzar en una transformación de diversas dimensiones para las micro, pequeñas y medianas empresas que contribuyan al fomento de la igualdad de género, la inclusión social, apoyando a los grupos étnicos y otros grupos vulnerables. Queremos innovar la integración a través del desarrollo sostenible del Gran Caribe y solamente podemos lograrlo si trabajamos juntos. Sin duda, ser el país anfitrión de la 9ª Cumbre de Jefes de Estado y de Gobierno de la EC en el 2023 representa la convicción del Estado de Guatemala con los propósitos de su convenio constitutivo, en particular para fortalecer, utilizar y desarrollar las capacidades colectivas del Caribe para lograr un desarrollo en lo cultural, económico, social, científico y tecnológico. Reitero nuevamente mi agradecimiento al apoyo de todos los representantes por el esfuerzo y compromiso efectuado en el desarrollo de la agenda. Asimismo, quiero agradecer por los aportes que se recibirán, que serán muy importantes para el trabajo que se estará realizando en beneficio del empoderamiento de la mujer. Continuaremos trabajando con todos los Estados miembros y con nuestro querido amigo Taiwán como presidencia del Consejo de Ministros de la EC y como país para avanzar hacia el empoderamiento económico de las mujeres. El mundo es de los visionarios, es de los que apuestan por crecer, por creer y por invertir. Y eso es lo que estamos haciendo hoy, construyendo un legado, apostando para contribuir a un mundo mejor, especialmente para el Gran Caribe. Muchas gracias.
We thank Her Excellency for her remarks and also her remarks of support for the Caribbean and our work in equality and sustainable development. At this time, we'll have a keynote address. This would be done by Ms. Carmen Gomez-Trick, Chief Executive Officer of Eastern Caribbean Partial Guarantee Corporation, and it is on the impact of the COVID-19 crisis on SMEs financing in the Eastern Caribbean and the urgent need for modern credit ecosystem. Can you welcome her as she comes?
Thanks to the Taiwan ICDF for bringing me here today. I offered to do this virtually, but they thought that there were good networking opportunities, etc. So I'm here. I'm working remotely from Trinidad, although we are based in St. Kitts. So what I'm going to take you through today is basically what we do at ECPCGC, what we've done or what we are going to do. Thank you. What we are going to do for women in the future, what we've done in the past. I'm going to give you an update on the progress we've made so far, some of the things that we have encountered as challenges, both from the perspective of the entrepreneurs and also from the bankers who serve and who are the implementers of this program. So without further ado, I'll get into the stuff. Okay, so what is ECPCGC? ECPCGC is an agency that was developed under the aegis of the World Bank and the ECCB. There was kind of a gap analysis done because they found that after the 2008-2009 global meltdown, that our economies weren't growing and they did not understand the reason for it. So when they delved a little bit deeply, they found that our entrepreneurs were not growing. Why were they not growing? They did not have access to the finance that they needed to grow. As you know, cash is everything. If you don't have cash, then your business will go bust. So that was one of the debacles that engaged their attention, and they thought that they would do something about it. There were multiple solutions that they would have looked at, but they came upon this particular guarantee solution because it has worked well in the first world countries. And when they did some simulations, they realized that it would work well in our countries as well. So we are the agency, and we work with the entrepreneurs and we work with the financial institutions to provide some access to finance for the entrepreneurs. I mean, there are prevailing conditions, yes, but generally that's the sort of model that we use. So under our umbrella, we have 3 products. We have the Classic Guarantee, which is the original product, which was developed in 2017, 2018. But when we launched in 2020, we realized that this was not what our economies needed at this point in time. So we went back to the drawing board, and in February 2021, we developed 2 new products, a working capital product and a startup product. The working capital is for people who are in business, but have short-term needs post-COVID. And the startup capital is not for people walking off the street with an idea. We really have found that funding ideas is risky. So we ask that you have about 3 months business experience. So we can look at your transaction history. We can know that you have a proof of concept. We can know that you know your market, that you know your product. So we ask for a 3 months where you could come to the bank with some kind of history and tell us what you're about, what you want to do, who are your competitors, who is your market, how you go about marketing your product, and so on. So we do a really, really deep dive into the businesses because our lens is to make sure that businesses can grow and develop, not just that they can get a loan. So who are the eligible borrowers? We ask that your business must be registered. Registration is a must. I know people don't want to register because of taxation, etc., but registration is a must. If you want to join a government program, you must be registered. You want to sign up for concessions, you must be registered. Also, the registration gives a certain profile to your business. I'm not just working for my kitchen table. I have a real business. So that is key for us. Annual revenue, not more than 2 million EC dollars. Number of employees, less than 15. This is permanent employees. And most of our businesses have 5 to 10 to 20 employees anyhow. The borrower must provide equity. Let me pause for cause and tell you what we understand by equity. Equity is your injection in the project. If you're going to start a new project, you must have some funds. We say, there's something called, I think, the 4 or 5 as friends, family, fools who would invest in a new project. So you must have something because you can't just have an idea. You must say, I believe in my idea. This monetary contribution is what I'm going to put down for my idea. No matter how small it is, you must put some skin in the game. And so the borrower must provide collateral. What is collateral? In the Caribbean, we call it security. Security for the loan. You must put down something. We have some conditions that we use to help people build up that collateral or security. So there are mechanisms in place because we understand it's post-COVID, money tight, etc. So there are some things that we do to put that into effect to make people build up the requisite amount of collateral that is required. So I will go into some of the progress we've made so far, and then we launch into the women's bid, which is funded by Taiwan. So far, we've approved 37 guarantees. Now, this started, we launched in 2020. We got our first guarantee, lady from St. Lucia, Tasty Things. In 2021, it was a little bit slow. We kept on educating and training the bankers. And then around late 2021, we started getting more and more. We did some media, social media advertising. We did some radio spots and so on. So we got a little bit more popularity. We have guaranteed loans to a value of 1.6 million US dollars, and our guarantees. So we guarantee like about between 75 to 80% of the loan value. Our guarantee value is 1.2 million. So we cross a very wide spectrum of sectors. We don't specify any sector. So we cover other retail trade, like people who are buying and distributing stuff to the small supermarkets, about 6 of them. Computer programming, 2. Wholesale trade, 1. Food products, 1. Restaurant, land and infrastructure development, that was a solar company. Creative arts, that was a short-term loan. Somebody wanted to fund a program, I think it was Grenada Carnival. And we had a lot of to-in and fro-in in the bank on that one because this was not really set up for short-term promotion, but it worked. The guy has paid off the loan, so it's worked. Rental and leasing, people renting space, renting scaffolding and so on, that one. Sale and repair of vehicles, parts and accessories, 1. So, do we have female owners? Yes, we do. We have some companies that are owned by 2 females, single females, male, female. So of the 37 that I just mentioned, 17 have female participation. We've created about 47 jobs over the region with this particular program. We have had 2 loans paid off, one of which was the guy I told you who did short term, and the other one was a guy who wanted a van in Dominica. He was being hired by the hotels. He wanted a van, he paid it off really quickly. He said he's coming back for another loan. So he's growing his fleet. And we do have one out for loan, which is with the Recoveries Department of the funding agency. Most of the times our loans are okay. Our bankers look and supervise the loan. This one is one that kind of got away from the bank and they're looking after it. So let's look at some of the stats on women. The 2021 CEPAL statistics, women's unemployment rate in Latin America and the Caribbean, 11.5%. So we are aimed at looking to deal with the following groups of women. Women-owned entities, so these are 100% female-owned entities that employ more than 33.3% women. Male-owned, so we are looking after the men as well, and I'm going back to what you're saying about if you look after the women, you have to look after the men too, so we're looking after the men as well. Male-owned businesses with a minimum of 50% women. Now, why are we looking after the men? We do have people operating in industries that employ majority women. So we want our women who have jobs. We want to ensure that their jobs keep running. But we also want to make sure that women can go into business and get the finance that they need to do that as well. So we are trying to cover different parts of the equation because you can't do one without doing the other. Our women need the support. We have a lot of female-headed households across the region. COVID did a number on all of us. We know that. So we want to try to see what we can do to arrest the slide. So what have we done? Taiwan has taken the mantle and they've said to us, you've done okay, given COVID, you've done okay with your other products. Let's do something that is specific to women and is part of this Women's Empowerment Program. So we went to the drawing board, we had a lot of discussion and so on. And they determined it would give us $5 million, which we have in fact received. And we have in fact designed a program for women entrepreneurs. The beneficiaries would be women who would like to start a business. Now we have to work with our bankers, and some of the bankers are risk averse, highly male, but also risk averse. And they're saying to us, women who are in business and are heads of households, if there's an emergency in the household, the emergency takes greater significance and repayment of the loan. So therefore, what they would want, we asked them if they would work with women who've been in business for about 6 months, and they said that's the bar. They don't want to deal with women who have been in business for less than 6 months because they want to go back and track and see what's going on. So they would deal with women who have a business for about 6 months. The women businesses must have 33.3% employees, and we are also looking at other business ventures that employ 50% women employees. So these are the characteristics of this particular Women's Guarantee product. We have worked with the banks in St. Vincent, St. Kitts, and also St. Lucia. We have trained them on how we want this particular guarantee done. We finished that training, could have been maybe last month or the month before, so that they can start to accept applications for those guarantees. So the use of funds, you can use it for working capital, inventory purchases, expansion, overdraft, which would be a revolving credit from the bank. And some credit unions also do revolving credit lines. The loan maximum is $100,000. Our average loan could be about 75 to 100,000. So we use 100,000 as a benchmark, although we were told that our women take smaller loans and pay them off quickly. That's how women rule. They don't want to take a big chunk at a time. They take a little bit and they pay it off, and a little bit and they pay it off. We would provide a guarantee, or what they call security, of up to 85% of the value of the loan. So if the loan is 100,000, we would vouch for $85,000 as security, and the borrower would come up with the other 15%. So if your loan is just $20,000, then the figures would go down a little bit, but the percentages would remain the same. So equity injection required, 5%. This injection is less than we are asking for our other loans. This is a softer loan than the other guarantees that we have done because it's a special fund, and the donor at the time when ICDF has decided that they want it to be softer to benefit the women. Collateral required, or the security required, 15%. We would work with the entrepreneur and the bankers to divide the collateral requirement into two. So if you come for a loan and you don't have the full 15%, we would say, okay, we would take 7.5%. And the bank would work with you to build up that collateral over time. The guarantee, you would still get a guarantee, you would still get a loan. We just tell the bank, make sure the client builds up this amount over time. So that's a softening of the requirements for the benefit of the women. We also, so that's what they call the sinking fund. So we tell them you can open a sinking fund for the client and put money in it over time, so that by year 2, year 3 of the loan, you would have the full collateral requirement. We also give a special requirement of a 1-year moratorium on loan repayments. We know that times are hard, and so on. We tell the banks, well, take interest only for the first year, and then we would look after the repayment of the full amount. So the first year is to give you some time to catch yourself, to organize your payments, organize your products, build your market, and so on. We have encountered, as I told you, some challenges, and I thought I would raise them here because they do impact, or they have come from what we've seen of the applications we've received so far. So the demand side, meaning from the side of the entrepreneurs, what are some of these challenges? No business registration, no record keeping, no cash flow or financials. Now, if you're coming for a loan and we don't know how you're using your money, how are we going to know how you're going to repay? We would not know. So the cash flow, how you're using that cash. We have seen people, I know you probably know the street side grocers or so. They're receiving the cash in the till here from sales, and when the distributor van come around, they're taking the same cash out of the drawer and paying the man. So you don't know what's coming in and what is going out. So that is an issue that we have all the time. We tell people, you get the revenue, you make the sales, bank it or put it, note it somewhere so we can know exactly how much sales you're making. You get a bank account, you can deposit weekly, fortnightly, whenever you want. You get a checkbook and you pay so that there's a record of what you're doing. Even if you're not keeping strict financial records, once that is in the bank and you have a record of your payments to the bank officers can take that together and put something together that would show how you've been going. No separation of personal from business. I have seen people's mortgages appear on a business statement. I see the rent, I see the vehicle expenses, no separation. And you're asking me to fund your business, but your business is paying all of your all your personal expenses. Excessive usage of business funds for personal reasons. Yes, they get a loan, they go on a cruise. They get a loan, they buy a car. Business projections. Some people have a great idea and they come to the bank and say, well, I'm making $50,000 this year, but I think I could make $200,000 next year. And where's the link? What are you doing to make sure that you can make this 200,000 from 50 to 200, that's a little bit of a stretch. Tell me what you're doing. Tell me how this loan that I'm giving you is going to make you go from 50 to 200,000. So those are the kinds of questions that we ask our bankers, because very often our bankers don't present the information to us in the way that we want it. The customer comes and says, I can make 200,000 from 2023. The bank says, okay, good. I'll give it. You can pay? Yeah, I'll give you the loan. That's not the way we organize it. So that's the part of the projections. Clients don't deposit the money in the bank. I don't know why. But the bank would have that record. And when you come to get a loan, that is a great record for you to have. No invoices for items to be purchased. Now, I know that sometimes, depending on who you're buying from, you may be buying from somebody who's hustling or whatever, but they should be able to give you a receipt, if not an invoice, at least a receipt to show that you paid something, because that's part of your business records. We've also had situations where people are bringing in equipment from abroad. They get the loan for the cost of the equipment, and when the equipment comes in, there's no money to pay customs and duties and to commission the equipment. And you know what happened? They can't use the equipment. So what is the point, right? So that is something that we have learned to the hard way, that when somebody is bringing equipment from away, you ask them, what about the customs duties? What about commissioning the equipment? What about the brokerage? And also we find that clients aren't ready because they don't understand the loan process. Some of them think that they can come into the bank, talk from your head, and so on, and because I can't repay, I would get the money. But no, it's not just about repayment, it's also about the business idea. How is it going to, because you could have a side, this could be a side hustle, and you could repay from your salary. And a lot of the time the banks tell us, well, they can repay from the salary. And we say, so what happens if the job goes, is recession going to happen? What happens if the job goes? Can the business sustain the repayment? Can the business pay this person a salary and so on? So we have some real gaps in that area. So in terms of the bankers now, because we do have some challenges on that side as well. When this
women across the world. This means that STEM actually is designed to provide jobs for women within these fields. Now, there is a global statistics where women is concerned in STEM, and if you direct your attention, now according to UNESCO data researchers, women make up 50% of the global population, right? But only 30% of them are researchers in science and technology, which is a concern factor for me. And I'm going to explain to you why further. Furthermore, in the region of Asia, just 3 out of 18 nations had an equal or above proportion of females STEM researchers and related STEM fields. The Philippines, note, they have about 52% of females who make up their STEM field. We have Thailand, who have about 51%, and we have Kazakhstan, that has 50%. Now, what does this mean? This actually means that the rest of the world is way back. The last time I checked, we have close to 200 countries in the world. Only 3 countries in the world actually have a 50% par rate with men where STEM is actually concerned. Now, this actually concludes that according to these statistics here, and I think one of the ministers did mention the stats. If we look at the forecast that we have here between 2017 and 2030, if we do not get females in the STEM field, or ladies in the STEM field, we'll have about 450 million females below the poverty line, which is a concerning factor. Majority of the roles that are in STEM, they are all male-dominated roles. Now, the latest estimate of the world poverty by the United Nations Women, UNDP, and Prida Center for International Future Project says that globally, 388 million women and girls are living in extreme poverty in 2022, compared to 372 million men and boys. For this reason, empowering women in STEM is critical as global poverty disproportionately impact female, right? Now, in 2017, we first proposed to the government of St. Kitts and Nevis to have what we classified as what we have now, the St. Kitts and Nevis Robotics Association. When we started out, we only had about 18 personnel who actually participated in that event. Now, within that time frame, we had approximately, in terms of statistics, about 45% of the group that came as a result of us starting the program, they were all female, 45%. Now, when we traveled to the United States in 2017 to represent St. Kitts and Nevis, the number of females were 25% versus the male. So we had a very small amount of females when we just started. In 2018, that number jumped from 25% to 60%. So what happened there was that the persons, the young ladies and parents begin to recognize that the STEM field is an important field. And the reason why I say that, there is the constant conversation throughout the Caribbean region that everyone should become a lawyer and everyone should become a doctor. And that does not work, ladies and gentlemen. When we look on the European Union, 83% of the European Union GDP is accounted for science and technology. I'm sure I might have parents here who are champion their children to actually pursue lawyer and doctor. And I think I heard a PS mention that earlier, that this constant idea of pushing the young people into these archaic field, I'm going to call them archaic field, it doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So there has to be a change. There has to be a change. Now, in 2020, due to COVID, the female ratio of students participated and applicants who participated in the STEM project that we have, it went from 60% to 49%, which actually ties in with the fact that COVID did actually affect a number of female across the Caribbean region. 2021, we had 44% of females active in the program. In 2022 is where we had a 54%, an increase from the previous year. What does this mean for us here in St. Kitts and Nevis and also for the wider region? It means then the thinking must be that young people must be placed in STEM fields, right? That is the only way we can diversify the economy that we have here. The concept of depending on the tourism sector as having that as the only or the main revenue generator within the countries within the Caribbean region has to change, right? Has to change. I saw earlier one of my colleagues at Yale presented a software, and the software is called ChatGPT, right? That application is an AI where once you enter any data in it, what it does, it actually formulates and answer any question that you want in response to any issue that you might have in a particular country. Now, that application was actually developed by young women who are in STEM, right? And you will be hearing more about it because I am predicting that that's going to replace Google. So you'll actually hear some more about that. Let me hurry up. All right. Now, women in STEM, if you take note of the chart I have there, within the United States, we have about 41% of women who is leaning more to biological science. We have chemical engineering, 40%. We have 25%, and we have 16% of those who are in the engineering field. What that says to us here in the region, that we need to get our young women prepared in those fields because the numbers are actually extremely low. Now, if the numbers were actually crowded, then we'll be having a different conversation this morning. However, given that the numbers are extremely low, it means that we have some kind of gap to actually fulfill right there in the STEM occupation field. Now, the question was asked to me while I was doing the presentation about what can governments do, what can organizations do to actually ensure that there's no discrimination in these fields. And I actually made a list here, right? One of the actions that governments and organizations should actually do is to invest in early education in the STEM field, right? Within the United States, again, we do have what is called the first global robotics organization. And that organization is actually responsible for ensuring that every single state actually participate in some kind of STEM event as early as possible, which actually means that by the time those young women by the time they are in their 20s or in their 25 going up, they are thinking business-wise. They are not necessarily thinking about getting the education and going to work for the government, as what the Honorable Minister said earlier. So that's one thing we want to get rid of, the whole concept of going to school, get these degrees, and then all we are doing is having the government paying us. We need more businesses to actually transform the economy within St. Kitts and Nevis. So when I see outside those wonderful presentations, it makes me want to spend what I don't have, right? So for those ladies who have these businesses outside, I'm here to encourage you. Do not look back. Continue with what you're actually doing. Because a lot of times, we have some rough times come and we change because we feel that it is not working, right? That is not how business works, right? You pursue, you actually continue until it becomes something that can take care of you and your household. Another thing that governments can do is to ensure that they institute strong local and federal policies and to deal with gender discrimination. One of the things that we had to do within our program, as I said, we have close to 400 members, we had to ensure that we change the culture. So the culture of thinking that the girl should do a particular role or the male should do a particular role, we actually tackled that first. And so once we're able to get that under wraps, then the typical conversation that we have whenever we have our meetings is, a group of girls can code. A group of girls can be engineers. And they are doing the engineering, they are doing the developing, and they are making all the robots that you guys hear about with St. Kitts and Nevis traveling overseas every single year. I must add that St. Kitts and Nevis is ranked again top in the world in robotics as we stand. So that's something that's very good. All right? So happy at that. One of the other things that organizations and governments can do is to actually foster workplace practices that promote diversity, right? Not much of that happens around. Develop better qualifications and matrix for assessing gender discriminations, to interact more meaningful policy or to enact more meaningful policies. Some of these guidelines that organizations have, they actually work against the ladies, all right? And so some of these documents need to be revisited and be changed. And so that will actually allow the whole idea of this discrimination or disfranchising of women in STEM. The other question that I was asked, what are some of the career paths that women can actually be in? And I'm going to emphasize that it is important, again, for us to look into STEM fields, right? STEM fields. So if you do not remember anything today, remember that Dr. Neil said, all women should be involved in STEM fields. What is STEM? Okay, you got 84%. All right, so STEM supports 67% of the United States jobs, 69% of that country's GDP, 69%, as opposed to the European Union, which has approximately 83%, which means that they lean solely on technology. So we have some work to do here within the Caribbean region. Major STEM, solid foundation in science and technology, engineering, and mathematics gave them the unique opportunity of pursuing multiple career paths. Now, what STEM does, whenever there's a pursuit in STEM, and if there is a career change within the same field, it is easier to make that change, right? And that is what caused, a lot of persons who are, women in particular, who are trained in the STEM field, they are able to make the transition very easily, as opposed to other persons who are trained in the archaic fields again, right? So STEM has its advantage where that is actually concerned. The objective behind the integration of STEM discipline is to train students to be capable of transferring learning from one discrete field to another, in doing so, solving problems at hand. The very device that you have in your hand, your cell phone, the application that you use on a daily basis, the apps that you use on a daily basis, that is all STEM, right? So your application was built under the concept of STEM. If we should take our a step down into Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley, if you have an opportunity to speak to any one of those developers and inventors down there, you will hear them say that they were a part of First Global Robotics, or they were a part of a STEM-related field. Now, for me, for us who are here within the region, I believe that we should be pursuing that field and to ensure that women in particular are placed in that field and they are financed. They are financed. So we have programs which are financed to ensure that the women are actually stay in that field and they are productive. Now, economical empowerment of women through STEM career path. If you look on the salary range for women who is within that path, we have over $100,000. There are some women are making within the STEM field, and we do have a lot of women in the STEM field. One who we know here in St. Kitts and Nevis is Janelle Lake. Janelle Lake is one of the director of the St. Kitts and Nevis Robotics Association, who happened to work for ECCB. So she actually is one of the champions that we have. So we have some salary range there, and if we compare the salary range of STEM workers to the archaic fields again, you realize that STEM workers are paid at a higher rate than the conventional fields. Overall, STEM occupations saw an annual median wage of over $100,000 as opposed to the non-STEM, which is about $55,000. So that field is highly paid, even if you're in the field and you actually recognize that, okay, I want to stay in the field just to work for a different organization or work for a company, you'll still be paid handsomely, all right? But when you're not in the STEM field, that is where you're at a disadvantage. So I am encouraging and imploring you, because I know we have parents here, to ensure that your children focuses on the STEM field, right? Now, I could go on and on and on, but I'm going to break at this moment, and I'm going to give my panelists an opportunity to actually introduce themselves and also go through a brief presentation that they do. Yes. First, I'm going to ask for Miss. Yes.
Is this on? Yes?
Yes,
okay.
on.
So, great presentation on STEM. I'm wearing my finance cap here.
Yes.
And we just outlined the difficulties of entrepreneurs accessing finance, even male entrepreneurs versus female entrepreneurs. So I want to play devil's advocate and put out into the whole arena of topics the lack of knowledge of our bankers on intellectual property. STEM and intellectual property go hand in hand. So if I am doing an app and I don't patent it or something, somebody else can come behind and take it. So I want to put those two things, our intellectual property framework as a region, and two, our financial institutions' inability to be able to understand intellectual property and to finance intellectual property. So I think I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
So from me, I operate from the policy side. So I'll talk a little bit about how inclusion is related to, financial inclusion is related to some of the themes that have emerged earlier here, and talk about a little bit about a sort of gender intelligent approach to getting women into STEM and fintech. Right, so in terms of gender gaps globally, and we don't have any figures right now for the Caribbean, for the Eastern Caribbean, we actually right now conducting a literacy and financial inclusion survey, the results of which we'll be able to share hopefully at another seminar. Right, so gender gaps in the region, 65% of women globally have bank accounts relative to about 72% of men, right? And in terms of leadership of fintechs, only about 10% of financial technology firms are really, globally are really headed by men. That's according to an IMF survey. So with respect to what we do to try to improve financial inclusion, fintechs, and so on, I will speak to a little bit of a gender intelligent theory of change for female empowerment based on 3 areas: access, some social conditioning and re-engineering within our societies, and really control of benefits of economic gains and power dynamics for women, how they control their money, all right? So in terms of access, we know, we've spoken a lot about those things this morning, access to education. You spoke about really STEM education, but really I think we need to look at really reform of our education system and the dynamics that go there. How do we really get our students to really love mathematics, right? Because mathematics is everywhere, right? It is in almost every discipline, even in the arts, right? Especially in the arts. So we have this thinking that mathematics is really, one-sided, just some disciplines require mathematics, but really many disciplines require mathematics. So how do we get our children to like mathematics? How do we change our approaches to teaching mathematics? I think that's important, right? So the access to quality education and reforming our education system. And also we have to do some investments in terms of access in digital and financial literacy. How do we improve literacy among our people, financial literacy, digital literacy, to help support women and men in terms of their entrepreneurship journeys? Because if we don't do that, they can't necessarily benefit from their entrepreneurial activities, right? And then we look at access to infrastructure, connectivity, internet, the environment, the ecosystem to support business development. All of that is the whole infrastructure to support fintech development, small business development. So that's important. And then we go to access to opportunity, gender equitable schooling. How do we ensure that girls go to school? We have equal opportunity for girls and boys, equitable opportunities for hiring in the hiring processes, and then gender sensitive financial products, services, and delivery. And then we go to social engineering. So we've been talking a little bit this morning about, the importance of catering to the men as well. And I agree with that. But I think that socialization has to start very early, and it can't really start in the workplace, right? Because then habits have been formed, people have been conditioned. We need to start very early so that our boys understand that our girls are just as talented as they are. They are just as valued as they are, and they can work and do things just like they can. And I think it's very important so that when we get to the STEM field, or we get to the lab, or we get to the boardroom, those power dynamics don't really interfere so much in terms of the delivery of the work and how productive we could be together and support each other, both genders, in the work environment to deliver, output, quality output, like you said, in STEM fields and otherwise. Because I think we have to recognize really and truly that while men and women are not equal, we are really not the same. We are different, but that we can be mutually supportive of the dreams and aspirations of each other. And a lady made a point this morning, because yes, we support our women and our girls, but who are they going to marry? What partners are they going to have in life when all of our boys are in jail, or they delinquent or deviant? So we need to really look at how we engineer that space, and we need to start from very early. And so confronting, I think, those social realities are important. And then I think controlling access to your economic gains, I think the fintechs become very important in delivering economic benefits, because women can leverage, the technology to control their money from any point where they are. If they're home, they're homemakers, or, they could have that control. And then I move on to, because I work for the central bank, I sit on the executive of the bank, I must tell you what we are doing. So the central bank is a multi-island central bank. For some of you who don't know, it's 8 islands in the Caribbean, right? Oh, it's a currency union, but the bank also has a developmental role. Our fourth objective is to have a development function for our member countries. So one of the things we've done to stimulate development of our young people, we started what you call a Bright Sparks program in IT a couple years ago. It's actually spearheaded by Janelle Lake. So we have young people from across the islands coming to work at the bank for some period, and we've kept quite a few. I think we've kept about 3 or 4 over the period. We've had 11 since the program started, and 5 of them have been females, approximately 45%. On the financing side, well, Carmen spoke about the ECPCGC this morning. So in collaboration with our member countries and the World Bank, we've curated the Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee, headed by Carmen. All right, we're doing work on financial inclusion. Like I said, we're doing a survey on financial inclusion and literacy, and we're going to tailor our financial literacy program once we get those results to ensure more effectiveness across the region. We have, of course, our Dcash pilot, which is safer, faster, cheaper, and we hope that we would be doing some marketing to ensure greater deployment and leveraging across the region. And then we have our Caribbean Digital Transformation Project, which we hope to support digital adoption in the region, in government and outside of government, and improve connectivity and digital infrastructure. Access to credit, we're doing a lot of work. We're working with our member countries on secure transactions reforms, insolvency, and of course our new, the credit bureau, which is slated to start hopefully in January this year. And then we hope to do some work on market conduct. Well, not hope, we've started doing some work on market conduct with a view to having a market conduct, an office of market conduct within the central bank, and it is going to have a mandate for financial inclusion and financial literacy. So from where I sit, that's what we're doing. Thanks very much. And thanks for having us.
Just no problem. All right, Miss Lee. Yes.
Hello, I'm Cecilia Lee from Taiwan. And actually, I prepared a presentation, a PowerPoint to talk about financial inclusion. So maybe I... Yeah, so today I would like to share some experience from Taiwan in terms of financial inclusion. And I find that maybe you can also find some similarities between Taiwan and here in St. Kitts or even in the Caribbean. Okay, but I just found out that I may have so much time to go through it very deep in detail, so I just will go through it very quickly. Okay. This is just some promising figures about Taiwan, that we actually in the financial services in Taiwan is quite easily accessible and common for the general public. However, we still have some financial gender gaps. I believe that it's not only in Taiwan but also here. The women usually have a lower level of financial literacy. And for example, in Taiwan, 70% of women believe that they are economically independent. This is quite a high figure. However, only 40% of them have the confidence in their financial decisions or investment decisions. And only 30% of them believe that they can achieve their financial goals. And second, the women usually are less likely than men to get loans or credits. And it's mainly because of the care responsibilities that prevent them from getting a formal job or to earn their own income. And also the gender pay gap is quite a general quite a widespread issue that also causes them to have lower savings than men. For example, the Taiwanese men earned around 50% more income than Taiwanese women in 2020, and this is already the smallest gap since 2009. And the third one is that women-owned micro and small businesses are concentrated in informal sector, so they may have no informal business registration, and also they have no sales or income records, which may prevent them from getting loans from banks. And lastly is that there is still a low female representation in leadership roles in financial institutions. Okay, so actually the government of Taiwan has also already do something to try to bridge the gender gaps. And for example, we have a kind of a micro business startup program, which is a program that provides loans and credit guarantee, and also like consultation and training for women who would like to have their own business. And this program particularly provides some interest subsidies for domestic violence victims, low-income households, and single parents. In addition, the government also provides some incentives for banks to lend loans for women. And they also cooperate with local CSOs to have some like financial literacy programs to promote women's financial literacy. Just like the poster here, it's a program targeting women from rural area. And there is also some actions about like to encourage more banks to increase their female leadership. And I would like to underscore that there is also some action taken by the private sector. For example, some banks that will have some loan lending programs that provide benefits for women, such as the interest concessions. And there is a Digital Financial Service Award, which includes a digital inclusion prize that is to encourage more fintech, inclusive fintechs, and also to recognize these financial institutions that dedicated to financial inclusion. And this is just a photo from this award, and you can see that most of them are men, right? Yeah. Okay, from a gender perspective, we may say that actually our financial inclusion policies are not that comprehensive and cannot solve the fundamental problem. For example, if the government or bank designed a woman-focused loan program without lowering its criteria or using alternative ways to do credit assessment, the percentage of women who are able to get a loan will not increase. So I think the most important challenge is to achieve financial inclusion is the lack of gender sensitivity in the financial institutions and also in the authorities, which would result in they are unable to incorporate women's financial needs and the lack of suitable products meeting women's needs. And there is also a lack of sex disaggregated data and gender analysis to inform policy development and product design. Also, the lack of financial education and the lower representation of women leaders is are also the challenges. Okay. Okay. So, sorry, it's a bit. So to enhance the financial inclusion, I think there are some suggestions. First, of course, is to collect the sex disaggregated data and conduct gender analysis, and which would inform the policymakers and the financial institutions what is the needs of women and maybe women's financial behaviors. Also, it is important to develop innovative approaches of building credit and design financial services according to women's behavior and needs. And the third one is we should build capacity for women to enhance their financial literacy, but also for the financial institutions. This is to increase their gender awareness, to let them know what's the needs of women, and so that they can develop suitable products for them. And the fourth one is to increase women's participation and female leadership in finance field. This includes that we should connect more women to the financial networks and also provide them mentorship. The final one is it is also crucial to amend our policies and regulations to create an enabling environment. And this not only limited to the fiscal or monetary policies, but also the social welfare system. For example, if we have a good public childcare services, then women will not be constrained at home. They can go to work and earn their own money, and they can build their credit. So this is what I would like to present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Lee. One of the thoughts that came to mind was, I am a young lady. Let's say I'm a young lady. By heart. I am a young lady. And I developed an application. I approached the bank and I said, I have this app and I know it's $1 million deal. What would the bank say?
So the bank would say, what's your proposal? I mean, yes, $1 million deal, yes, but that may be in your head. Convince me. So that's the first thing the bank will say. Okay, so you can convince me via a document. This document can be a lengthy document called a business plan, or it can be a short document called a lean business canvas, which gives you a summary of your supplier, your market, your competition, your branding, and so on. So you go back and you get that and you bring it to the bank. And the banker says, an app? What is that? How many people have that? So the point I was making earlier on is that our bankers do not know intellectual property. And unless we put some framework at the national level in place, where the financiers can be clued in on it, we are going to have this problem. So most likely, the banker might take you through a few hoops and at the end of the day tell you, you know what, I don't think we could finance that.
Right. So I think that is where within the region we have to look on that as an important thing. Because if we compare us to other regions other mainland countries who actually invest in apps, they do have documentation that give a strenuous process as to what must be there, what must not be there. So I think that's something that we need to look on in the region. From a policy perspective,
I think, you see, from a policy perspective, I think it's a value proposition for them. They have not seen the value. They don't understand the value, like Carmen is saying. But from a national perspective, I think for planning, I think we have to start looking at how we reorient our planning processes and how we support that. So typically, we do a planning framework that is very sectorally biased. So we'd say, okay, we're doing a tourism plan, or we're doing a plan for the agriculture sector, we're doing a plan for small business or whatever. But I think it's time we get to the point where we are doing more cross-sectoral analysis. So you have a more of like a pillar approach to development of the country. And so you would be doing tourism, but you have to look at how agriculture fits into that, how small business fits into that, and how do you enhance the value chain in tourism to really get all of the added value that you can get for your people from the tourism sector. Be they be the small business people, the soap, the candle maker, all of what we see out there, the teas, all of that. How do you integrate that vertically into the tourism sector that you pull out all of what you can get from it? And we would have to do that for everything. So for fintech and for the financial sector, then the banking community now will see really how do we get all of the added value that we get from the financial sector. How do we partner with financial technology firms to bring greater value to our clients? All right, and it would be those fintechs producing apps, for instance, that they can leverage for payments, for whatever else. How do we do that? So that kind of more cohesive approach to doing things and really pulling value at every stage of the game, this is where we need to get.
You hope to respond to the proposed idea?
What I'm thinking is about the social norms that usually the when people see there is a business proposal, a person who would like to start business, his or her gender will be questioned. For example, if it's a woman, then maybe she may be questioned that is it possible for you to start this business, or is it workable or something like that? So, and I also just come up with a figure about that. As female investors or female lead ventures usually will have more tendency to, or they are more likely to invest in women. So that linked to the problem that there is still a lack of female leadership in these institutions, and we must promote more women and enable more women to join this sector and to be promoted as leaders, so that they would like to invest more in other women.
I'd like to report. So a related point to what she's saying, it's actually established. So one of the IMF studies that I've reviewed has pointed to the contradiction that actually female-headed fintech firms are more successful, but they also attract far less capital than male-headed fintech firms. So this is one of the contradictions that I actually came across when I was doing research on this field. So she's right about the social norms, but I think too in our Caribbean, the social norm that is more important is that if this happened in St. Lucia and a St. Lucian came, it is more likely to be rejected than if a foreign investor came and said, well, look, I have this proposal and I have this wonderful thing and I need to get financing. So that is another social norm that occurs in the region. Unfortunately, we tend to think that our people cannot do, and not undervalue the skills and talents and abilities of our people.
It's true. We have about a minute to go. I'm going to open the floor for questions. Oh, yes. We have a lot of hands.
All right. Yes, I have a question. And I have a loud voice. Okay. I'd like to in St. Kitts and Nevis, how many women are real? I've seen all of these beautiful. Lovely products. The labels are lovely. The products are lovely. I mean, they can, to me, they are as lovely as anything I've seen in the stores, right? But I'd like to know within St. Kitts and Nevis and probably in the OECS, how many have really reached over that 100,000 US type of market or profit? Because I still hear, even though I see all of these businesses, most of them are still having the same problems, talking about customs, talking about exporting. Exporting. They're just, how expensive it is to their containers or, the things that they need in order to make their products. And after doing all of that, and then the time that it takes to do all of these things, I don't see a lot of us being very, very successful. I mean, we may be making a little money, but overall, how many women are really successful where they can feel like finally, that they can excel? I'm making some real money here. So can you tell me, and maybe in the OECS, we may have some other women who have actually become successful. But I want to first know within St. Kitts and Nevis. So I can speak to across the region, but unfortunately, we have had no requests for guarantees from St. Kitts and Nevis. Yeah, none at all. We have 2 banks doing the program. We have Republic Bank and National Bank. And entrepreneurs have approached them, but the response from the banks has not been good. One of the things we're going to do is we are hiring a PR firm to go out, because we do know that women and other entrepreneurs, they need the financing. And to answer your question about you not seeing the growth and development, it's because people are using their normal day-to-day revenue to try to grow their businesses when they really need an injection of cash to buy some supplies, to buy some equipment, to buy some this, to buy some that. So that's the reason you're not seeing the growth. And what you want to do, the reason for this program was to see the growth that you're not seeing.
And related to your answer, Carmen, is the issue of scale, right? So because they're operating on such a small scale, they can't reduce their costs. So the price point gets to be a little higher. So the market does not really, and the market doesn't really appreciate that. And that is therefore related to my point as using that tourism sector that we have as really an incubator for all of those products that we're producing, so that then we could eventually make them export ready, and then we could find markets for them. And that is what we need to do. So we use it as an incubator, and then we scale.
So the thinking of business approach has to change. I think I saw a hand here, and then we will have the minister.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is concerning financing. So we are advocating for our women to access financial services. Therefore, I'm hearing that they must be having a business before, or there must be some finances before. But I am thinking, if they are unemployed and they're just seeking through these training programs to start a business, how can they find the resources that the banks or the financial institutions are asking for? It is saying to us that some of these said institutions that are saying that they're advocating for women are also barriers for them to access funding. So I want to recommend that these financial institutions have a program. If you want, you can call it financial literacy or whatever name you choose to. And you have a program for these women to take them to a point where they have enough knowledge and skill gain to start their business, and thus able to access the fundings that they need to propel themselves. Otherwise, we are not going to attain the SDGs as we are saying, or we are going to take a longer period too. So that would be my contribution in terms of giving our women the access, and we stop being the barrier as well to these programs.
Okay, so I really appreciate that contribution, because people have been saying you want to help entrepreneurs, but if you come off the street with an idea, you're not going to fund an idea. Now, the guarantee program, whether it's the one funded through Taiwan or the one funded through the World Bank, it is run by the financial institutions. And if you know the financial institutions in the Caribbean, they have a history of not doing SME loans. In fact, the kind of applications we get suggest to us that some of them do not even know how to assess loans for small and medium enterprises. We are doing a program with the German Savings Bank based in St. Lucia to do some training of the bankers to be able to do that. But let me come back to your main issue about not having the money. We are trying to get together with the SBDCs of the region, the various countries, so that there could be a prep program for the entrepreneurs before they actually come to us. we are in the final stages of hiring such a technical consultant to work with the entrepreneurs so that they can have a proposal to take to the bank. In the future, perhaps sometime next year, the SBDCs will have a specific ECPCGC window to work with those entrepreneurs. And the final point is about the risk of a startup business. Startup businesses have more than 75% failure rate. So the banks are very, very risk averse because they have a fiduciary responsibility to their depositors to protect their income. So that's part of the issue. But I take your point that having these preparatory programs for people who want to go out in business, I think that's very, very important because it's not enough to know how to turn a dollar. It's also necessary for you to know how to manage that dollar that you've turned. Put aside a bit for inventory restocking, put aside a bit for investment, put aside a bit for salary. So it's very, very important. So I take all your points. But I think that ECPCGC has we've discovered some new things that we did not know were there before about the challenges that I was talking about a little while ago, challenges on the entrepreneur side and challenges on the banking side that we are trying to attack in 2023.
Thank you very much. We're long over time. Just one more, but make it short, All right, make it short. Yes, yeah, okay.
The observation made with respect to the traditional banking system not lending to MSMEs. So in our landscape in the OECS and specifically Nevis, we have a situation where the credit union and the development bank is actually the one willing to step in at that level to lend. What is the outlook for EPCGC with respect to credit unions and with respect to the development bank?
So we have two development banks that have been signed, one in St. Lucia. The ex-managing director was a great champion of ours. And we also have the Grenada Development Bank, and they in fact have successful applications with us, both of them. St. Kitts Development Bank is now coming to the table. So that's a development bank. So we are including the development banks. In terms of the credit unions, in February this year, we had a series of town halls, and I have on my desk right now an application for admission from a credit union in St. Kitts, and then there's another one that has reached out. We have an application from a big one in St. Vincent. So the credit unions are now coming to the table. And it's important because the entrepreneurs feel more comfortable going to the credit unions than going to the banks. Yeah, but the point about it is that we had to look at the regulatory requirements. Our banks are regulated by ECCB as we are. And we know that regulation is above reproach. So once a bank or financial institution is regulated by ECCB, no problem. The other financial institutions are regulated individually by an FSA or different financial regulatory systems, all of which are not harmonized. So we had to go a little bit more slowly to make sure that we could admit credit unions because the SME adjudication procedures are not in place. So we had to make sure we had this training program ready. As soon as a credit union signs on, we're going to take their staff and train them in SME assessment. So that training is in place now. The regulatory requirement, I've had a regulator tell me, well, I don't think this credit union is so great, but I will still give them a letter of good standing. That's not good enough for us. So we have to make sure that that regulation is there because remember, we are taking 75 to 80% of the risk of any loan. If somebody defaults on that loan, we have to repay that loan. So we have to be careful how we adjudicate it, who we allowing to do loans, etc., etc. So I can have a discussion outside.
Yeah,
yes.
after. So after we will continue. We have. Yeah.
But I can tell you that if you're from St. Kitts and you're a woman and you're divorced and you have a mortgage and you have 2 children, no bank is going to look at you. It doesn't matter how many letters are behind your name. It is the credit union you will have to end up to. So you have to hurry up what you're doing. I'm just telling you that.
Yes. So we will continue the conversation after. I think the minister had something to say. The minister.
Minister Hippolyte. Yes, you had a question.
But we have to make it short. We are way over time.
Thank you. One of the issues that I felt we needed to address was the fact that our SMEs are tiny. We've heard the conversation, and that was an opportunity I think that we have to bring them into cooperatives. I don't think that conversation is on the table, but when they come together in cooperatives or clusters, then there is a chance that they can import items better, economies of scales can come in. So I think this is an area we have to look at. We've raised the issue of the credit unions because as well, when they get into cooperatives, there's also a linkage between your cooperatives and your credit unions because the credit unions are also cooperatives. So that is an area we have to look at. One issue that was raised earlier as well was, again, because of the size, whether they're profitable. I think within each of our national borders, we have to look at the marketing support for this grouping. In St. Lucia, we have Export St. Lucia. So I would assume that you have a similar institution in St. Kitts? No. But Export St. Lucia is working wonders for our small businesses in St. Lucia. They go out as long as the product looks as if it has export ready, or we get them export ready now. We go beyond that now. We hold their hands through and make it export ready. And after it is export ready, they go out and get the markets for them. So again, we have to look at that. And if we do not have it in each country, then that is where the OECS, we need to start working together. I think we are missing that opportunity, Tracy. We are, you are policy and you are the ECCB. Yeah, so again, with Export St. Lucia, what we have done for our small businesses, we've just 2 weeks ago opened within our port, within Point Seraphine, our Taste of St. Lucia shop. So all our small persons can now, there's a shop, everybody knows, every tourist, every hotel knows, send the tourists over there as a cruise ship appears. And again, you raised another issue earlier on, Tracy, as it relates to cross-sectoral approach in planning. Again, based on your experience in planning in St. Lucia and where you are sitting now, I believe there is now another room for a place for ECCB and the OECS to come up with a new approach to planning and expose everybody for the 8 countries together so that we can do what we have to do in the right way. So that's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister, for that. I want to thank everyone for joining us, our panel. This discussion was so hot. We had two hosts. So we have to come to an end right now. Right now. Thank you very much, ladies, for being here. Thank you very much for the audience. And now I hand over to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you so much. That really was a hot topic. And I'm sure all of you enjoyed that. And if you have any more questions, imagine we are offering you access to the panelists, all right? And we know you're burning with many questions. You can email your questions in and they would respond to you personally, all right? So you can check me for the email if you have burning questions still. All right, we are now at the last panel discussion. You've been enjoying so far. So we have just a few more minutes. Enjoy. This panel will be moderated by the lovely Miss Angela Delpeche. Give her a round of applause as she comes forward. She is the Director of Small Enterprise Development Unit on the island of Nevis. And the panel is entitled, the discussion is entitled, The Voice from the Female Entrepreneurs. Miss Delpeche.
Kindly allow me to adopt the protocol so ably established. And now we will call to the fore Miss Jacqueline Castillo, Women's Representative of Belize. Miss Jose Cantun, Women's Representative also of Belize. Ms. Priscilla Zuniga, Manager of the Gender Equality and Youth Program. And finally, Ms. Keisha Phillips, Director of Small Enterprise Development Center in St. Vincent. So we're here to deal with the voice of female entrepreneurs. And so we'll begin with Jose.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone, and good afternoon to the Embassy of Taiwan. Thank you for having us, and thanks St. Kitts for hosting us. It's a beautiful, beautiful country. I think I'm gonna move here. And I would just like to say it's an honor to be here, to be among you all powerful women and men. We can't leave the men out. Not at all. And well, the voice of the entrepreneur, I am grateful that I am up here. I own the House of Gains Gym in Belize. I am also deputy mayor of my municipality, Orange Rock Town. If you guys ever go to Belize, stop by. And also I own an NGO it's an environmental youth group, and we're advocates for the environment as well. And I believe we have a powerful voice. We live in an era that all you hear now is woman empowerment, especially after COVID. And I feel that it's utmost importance to invest in us women, because we hold up the sky, we hold up the environment, and we keep the environment moving. With us women, it would not be possible. So I would like to big up all women in here. Big up on ourselves. And it's truly an honor to network with you, and I hope that us as the Caribbean could make a bigger impact out of this region, make it worldwide.
I will now go to Ms. Jacqueline Castillo.
Thank you so much. Jacqueline is my government. You're calling me by my government. Everyone calls me Jackie back home, so feel free to call me Jackie. And I am a Belizean singer and songwriter. I worked in the entertainment industry for the past 10 years in Belize. Feel free to Google me, www.jackiecast.com. You can like my Instagram and follow me on Facebook. And since I've gotten here, I've been asked to sing a little something. So since we're at the end of the evening, we're going to leave music, right? So this song is an original of mine, and the song goes, gonna make it, if you don't have money, don't you worry. You got dreams, no matter where you come from or the situation, you can succeed. Push through the hard times, you're gonna make it. Don't worry, don't stress, cause you know the Most High got a plan for you. We're gonna make it. We're gonna creep until we crawl, stand firm and stand tall. We're gonna make it, rise up to every fall, break down these walls. Just a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So with the support of ICDF, I am here representing one of 5 women who were able to be a part of the supporting of women through COVID. I believe, I'm not sure, I had a picture, but I'm not sure with the technical difficulties if I'll be able to show it. But we participated in a program, COVID Relief for Women in Emerging Industries. And it was supported by the Embassy of Taiwan ICDF program, and it was facilitated through Beltrade, which is our Belize Investment and Trade Forum, and it was also supported by 2 very I would love to call them mentors, which is Taz Belize and Chamberlain Consultancies. They took us under their wing and they supported us because after COVID hit, for me personally, I was a part of 75% of persons that were fired from the creative and cultural industry. I didn't have a job. I had no income. I had to figure out how to pivot my skills as a singer. I used the time while I was at home for almost 10 months to invest in training and invest in understanding how I can create income from my skill. Everyone in Belize knows that I'm a great singer. I do get hired to sing, but how do I leverage that into economic growth for myself? And so the ICDF program was able to help us to do that. And it's very, very important. And the discussion that we have been having here today is instrumental, because how can we grow our business as women if we are missing the most key component, which is financial literacy? You can give me $10,000. What will I do with that $10,000? How will I spend it? And I think with everything that we have been able to gain, I think we really should focus on that. I want to reiterate the conversation that we were having earlier, because in Belize specifically, it's a huge country compared to St. Kitts. One of our critical issues is a lot of women don't even have access to internet, that we're still at that point. However, empowering women is a focus for the government, and so they have started with this program to start supporting us. So we are seedlings compared to what I am seeing here. And I'm so excited to take back some of this information that I've learned here. And I'm just really excited to tell you a little bit more about our story.
Thank you very much. And last but not by no means least, is Keisha.
Good
Please
afternoon,
summarize
everyone. It's wonderful to be here in St. Kitts and in this particular forum. Let me start with a correction. I am the project coordinator of the Women's Empowerment Project, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and I am training and education coordinator of the Center for Enterprise Development, Inc., CED. Thank you. With that said, I just want to endorse a lot of what came out of today's forum. I'm hoping that it is being recorded and would be well documented so that we can forge the way forward in empowering our women in the Caribbean. Now, throughout history, we know that women tend to be the driving force behind any form of positive growth among humanity. And in entrepreneurship, it is no stranger. It is not a new thing for us. However, we are still somewhat in a patriarchal society when we look at women in entrepreneurship. And so we're seeing these days where many of our younger women are venturing into the male-dominated sectors of entrepreneurship. Some of these include construction and IT or ITC, so to put it. And we are seeing our women taking up the mantle, and like the men, they are moving into new areas. So our women entrepreneurs are a very special section of the world's population, more so here in the Caribbean. Our women tend to take on roles to improve their livelihoods, and they empower themselves to address specific issues through entrepreneurship so that they can create their livelihoods. Today, our women, I can say, are privileged to be in our societies, to be empowered in our societies by programs such as the Women's Empowerment Project, which is funded by the government of Taiwan, and we are so grateful for this. Our women play a very important role in this patriarchal society that exists. Even though some of us may want to pretend that it does not exist, I'm here to tell you that it is there and we cannot ignore this. They face many challenges and problems while doing so. When a woman starts a business, they start small and they strive to make their businesses profitable. After all, that's the overall objective, to make a profit when you start a business. If your business is not profitable, then you should be out of that. Now, when our women entrepreneurs try to, or they are operating their businesses, the challenges and the problems that they're facing, they are also trying, even today, at this very moment, to overcome all of these hindrances that they're facing. And so, again, we welcome the Women's Empowerment Project. Women face so many challenges in business, and I'm sure you're well aware of them, so we cannot spend all afternoon in the interest of time going through them. Yeah. But I want to just point out the main ones that from my perspective in St. Vincent and through the Women's Empowerment Project that have been highlighted. Chiefly among them is the access to finance. And Carmen touched on part of what I was going to say about this, but women in their various statuses experience serious problems accessing finance. In our case in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we do not have a development bank. We do not have a seed fund program. So therefore, we are left to face the financial institutions. And sadly, our banks are risk averse to small businesses. Be that as it may, I do not know if it is like this in St. Kitts, Nevis, but we have had reports where the gender issue even comes into play when some of our women approach financial institutions to access loans. A woman would tell you she goes in, she's either rejected or she gets a form of attitude. But another woman, or if she goes back with her male partner or husband, it is totally different. It's easy sailing. And you know, sometimes we tend not to see that these things are happening before our very eyes in our societies because we don't want to face the ugly, but we cannot allow the ugly to pile up under the carpet when we sweep them under the rugs because it's going to come back and mess us up. So that is just one of the challenges that our women face. They also have a challenge in accessing, or I would say embracing, digital transformation. And I'm going to come back to that a bit later. Along with that, registration of businesses. Many women have been in business for years, but they have never bothered to register their businesses. Why? Because of the misconception that registering your business means that you can be taxed. And so my company, we have embarked on a more aggressive way of promoting the benefits of registering your business to these women. Because businesses are not registered, they tend to miss out on a lot of opportunities when they do come, such as this Women's Empowerment Project. Along with that, sometimes having their business accounts, getting their business accounts, whether set up at a credit union or a bank, or even getting their financial records, that is a major challenge for us to get things right. There's also the problem of business management capacity lacking. And this is where I come in with training and education, because at CED, we have a wide range of business support services that we provide. My area of training and education is one of the major areas that we focus on at CED. And more, we are seeing our women taking up the opportunities that are offered. In a normal training program, sometimes you may have 35, 30 women in that training, not one male. At other times, you may find 2 or 3 males. And this is outside of the Women's Empowerment Project. Yet, the males are complaining that they're being sidelined because the Women's Empowerment Project focuses on women. And I beg to differ, because in the partnerships, you have the males who are quite supportive of the females who are leading or the women who are participating in the project. So they are not left out. In our case, we allow for the virtual trainings that we've done to have the males or staff participate. And so with that, I do not agree that they are being sidelined per se. And just before I wrap, just two more issues that the women are facing as entrepreneurs is the access to proper testing for their product development. In St. Vincent, we either have to go to Jamaica or Trinidad to get product testing done. And lastly, I mentioned it before, there is the need for us to have a development bank. Sorry, access to shipping, access to markets. We are down south, you guys are up north. There are many opportunities here. The products or services are in demand. Shipping expenses. For us, it is not just COVID-19 that we are recovering from. We recovered from a series of volcanic eruptions that more or less halted our agricultural sector, etc. In more recent times, the war in Ukraine, that Russia-Ukraine situation has posed another issue for us with shipping. So where you have a business and you have to source your material from that side of the world, you do have a problem. And so I would just end there for now until we come back or I have questions before I go on and on and on. Thank you.
All right, now we'll lastly hear from Ms. Zuniga, Priscilla Zuniga. And can you please summarize for us in about 2 minutes? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Just to be sure that you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So it's a pleasure to be here with all of you. I'm Priscilla, the manager of Gender Equality and Youth Program from the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation and Agriculture. For me, it's an honor to join you. And in the very beginning, I think it was 2 hours ago, you were asking in an exercise with Nevis country, come and join this activity. So in my case, I come from Costa Rica, from Central America. And as a manager of our program, it's an honor to learn and to hear all the voices before my intervention, all the information that here. So during the morning, we have seen important information that affect women. And these challenges are even more accentuated if we are talking about youth. Especially in my case, I want to focus on rural women and rural youth. And in our case, as in international organization, we work with all the states of the America, and we work with the ministers of agriculture. So the first thing I want to bring into this discussion is that we cannot talk that there is just a single type of rural women. We need to understand all the different realities that they face. For instance, women, especially rural women, have different conditions and ways of life. For instance, the place that they live, the conditions if they have to migrate to another country or they have to migrate from a rural to urban area. And also all the agricultural activities that they are engaged. For instance, they are women farmers, collectors, fishers, women too. And another important discussions that I want to bring is the non-agricultural activities that we as women have under our responsibility. For instance, all the different roles that women perform, such as care work. Some of the last studies says that women work until 3 times more, especially if we are talking about rural women. in taking care of all people, of a child, more than urban women. So this is very important to pay attention, especially all the states, to do public policies that kind of think and resolve this problem too. Also, it is important to understand all if they are part of a social organization, if they are part of a cooperative sector, network, or any association, which is very important to focus on. And the last but not least important is that when we try to understand all the realities, it's important to understand the intersectionalities. For instance, when I talk about intersectionalities, what I'm trying to say is to understand that it's different woman with a young woman than an old woman. So I'm talking about age, I'm talking about ethnicity, nationality, level of education, if they have any disabilities or not. Also marital status. So this is very important so we can create alternatives and try to create actions that respond to the particular needs. For us, and I think we have been talking about these issues during the whole morning, but I want to emphasize too, is that we feel as women we are facing a lot of challenges, a lot of structural knocks. For instance, salary gaps, concentration of power, unpaid care overload, sexual division of labor, and also if we go to the rural women, they have a limited access on financial resources on loans, health services, housing, education, sanitation. They don't have the same possibilities to be landowners, and also it's so difficult for them to have opportunities for internship. And if we see some data or some information, for instance, around the world, especially in Latin America and the Caribbean, we are talking that 58 million people are rural women. So this is very important because women in rural areas have the worst rates of employment and access to basic services. And for instance, there are some data that we can take as a point to try to do something, is that if rural female producers have the same access to productive and financial resources as rural men, their crop yields will increase at least between 20 and 30%. And also it's important to see that if women produce under the same conditions as rural men, there will be from 12 to 17 reduction in hunger. In the world, women represent 43% of the agricultural labor force. And regarding to young women too, they work more hours in total, but fewer paid hours. So they often do not have their own income because they have to bring more responsibilities and to cover more responsibilities in their houses. We have all these structural nodes, we have all these problems. So what can we do to try to respond to the current needs? Well, we need to try to work in youth inclusion. As we talked before, we need to try to pay attention of all the care activities try to work in all the digital gaps that women are facing, try to recognize also all the rural women's work and try to do some actions with the government. Also, it's important to try to promote associativity and the formation of rural women networks and try to work in policies that have equity and inclusion approach. So with all these current needs, I would like to take some details of all of them. For instance, in the democratization of care activities, what is important to do is that if we include women and if we include these components on the policies, is going to be important for an economic reactivation in the systems. In the terms of youth inclusion, empowerment of women and strengthening their leaderships is very important. And also, when we talk about bridging the digital gaps, it is important to invest in the broadband access in rural communities. In terms of the recognition of rural women's work and government actions, it's important to support rural women with new programs and business models. Also, it's important to create funds to reactivate their business and activities. And when we talk about associativity and formation of rural women's network, it is important because through that organization, they can build capacities and also they can share other experiences with other women. So in ECAP, what we do is try to help to our states with training programs, try to do some projects, and also try to work with the ministries of agriculture, their teams, so we can work together and try to do a higher impact in the territories. I want to finish my intervention with a phrase from one of our books that calls Warriors, and it says, improving the economy with equal opportunities ensures a better distribution of wealth and the consequent closing of gaps that menace food and nutritional security, and treating to increase poverty and all expressions of inequality. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And in the interest of time, we'll allow persons in the audience who have any questions who can see our panelists after. We have a very important ceremony right now, so we'd like to wrap up this session. And to close off this part of it, I would just like to say that education is key. We understand the challenges faced by entrepreneurs, we understand the challenges faced by lending institutions, and some of us are parents or guardians, and we know when children ask for stuff, there's a particular requirement. We don't just give them. And so for lending institutions, we come in as business persons and we want them to lend us the money. But they have expectations of us, and so we need to have expectations of ourselves. And in that, we need to educate on ourselves in this regard so that it can be a win-win situation, because financiers have to protect their fund. We want the money to inject in the economy, and so we have to understand the two sides so that it can be a win-win situation for all. And I want to thank you very much. You can engage our panelists after and for any questions you may have. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Delpesh, as well as our wonderful panelists. Give them a round of applause again as they leave. Ms. Jacqueline Castillo, Ms. Josie Canton, Miss Priscilla Zoniga. I hope I said that close enough. And Keisha Phillips. Thank you all so much. Before our wonderful, presentation that we are anticipating, we have an important address that would be presented to us at this time. I'm told it would be very short and sweet and to the point. And so I want to welcome Ms. Cecilia Lee, Taiwanese expert. Her keynote address is going to be on the topic Women's Economic Empowerment Experience from Taiwan. Could you welcome her as she comes again to the stage?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So I would like to first thank the ICDF for hosting this important event and inviting me to this beautiful country and to share some experience from Taiwan with you. And so today first I would like to introduce my organization, and then I will talk about some programs we are doing that is also about women's economic empowerment and entrepreneurship. So we are the Foundation for Women's Rights Promotion and Development, which is a government-funded organization established in 1998. And we serve as a platform for dialogue between government, private sectors, and civil society, and a center of resource and information exchange for women, all women in Taiwan. And so our work includes like research and development, resource connection and networking, women's empowerment, and international participation. And we also hold exhibitions in our National Women's Center to raise awareness and advocate for gender equality topics. And today I would like to share our two economic empowerment programs. So I will just skip this part. Okay, the first one is Taiwan Indigenous Women Style, which is to start from 2009 to target indigenous women in local tribes. And in 2017, we started the Power of Women program, which is originally targeted at female marriage immigrants from Southeast Asia and mainland China. These immigrants are usually at a lower socio-economic status and also often face discrimination by our society. And in 2020, this program was expanded to cover local Taiwanese middle-aged and elderly women who have employment difficulties. So, for the Taiwan Indigenous Women Style program, the objective is to help indigenous women have local employment opportunities and gain stable income. So we help them to run traditional handicraft workshops so that they can use their traditional crafting skills to rebuild their livelihood, and they can also work locally without going far away to cities. And what we did is we really entered the tribes to work with them, guiding them to run a workshop step by step, from like product design to price setting to packaging, branding, and online marketing. And we also established a collective brand, which is this one, Taiwan Indigenous Women Style, and also establish an online collection shop to sell products from different handicraft workshops so that they can have a kind of joint marketing together. And apart from this platform, we also help them to expand selling channels by working with other organization shops. And we also offer training courses to increase their digital literacy and also business knowledge and financial literacy and crafting skills. So over the years, we have developed 15 series of more than 90 products like this. And more than 70 training classes were provided, and with over 300 women participating in these trainings. As for Power of Women, the target is women from vulnerable groups, mostly female marriage immigrants and middle-aged and older women. So the objective is to enhance their economic independence and reduce their reliance on social welfare. So this is the empowerment model we adopt, which is, I think, is quite similar to the one you have here. Is we first start with the entrepreneur training to increase their knowledge on business and also like digital skills, and we also provide them related resources. And then there is a consultation services to provide consultation in terms of the business planning and proposal. And the highlight event is this entrepreneurship competition, where the participant would make their business pitches and propose their business proposal. And we'll also invite experts from the industry to assess their proposals and make some recommendations. And the most important part is here, in the competition, as many as 25 participants will be awarded a prize as their business fund. The highest fund is $6,500 for 10 persons. So they can use these funds to begin their business. And we will also have a follow-up assessment to ensure that their operation goes well. So the entire process is that we have the training, and we also have the enterprise visit, and also the marketing to help them to enhance their business growth. And over the years, more than 1,500 women participated in this program, and 88 entrepreneur teams received our funds. So after years of efforts, actually the impact is quite substantial. And we found that once these women are empowered, they would have the strength and ability to connect with each other and to contribute their community. As other speakers we have heard in the morning, and also just like empower women is empower the entire household and the community. So here I would like to share some stories with you. So this is where the woman at the left-hand side, she had to earn a living for the household while taking care of her mother, her children, and her cousins. And so she and her sister-in-law together opened a handicraft workshop. When she received too many orders, she would subcontract those orders to other women in the village so that they can earn extra income together. And so as her business grew, she also hired more women to help her handicraft making. So the former employees increased from 2 to 5, and there are also 10 other part-time employees for the sewing work. So, and she even cooperated with other workshops in the tribe to establish a handicraft settlement. So it will be easier for the tourists and customers to find them, and this kind of settlement can also boost the local economy as a whole. And we also find another impact that is we did not expect at first in the Renari tribe. That is, the alcohol problem and even the suicide rate has reduced. And this is because we think it's because that this kind of handicraft workshops gradually become a shared business in the community. So the community members would come together to help with this business. And this gives them not only the extra income, but also a kind of a goal to achieve in their lives. So it's very important to see that not only the women were empowered, but the entire community. And for Power of Women, this project also provides an opportunity for the immigrant women whose life is relatively isolated to build an interpersonal relationship with women outside of their family and home. And therefore, this kind of networks can further enhance their social support system. And once the network is built, it can also enable them to expand their business scale. So for example, a group of immigrant women, they connect with each other and establish a network to connect, to exchange information and resources. And at first, they just have their own business in their own region, in different parts of Taiwan. But in 2020, they collaborated to launch a nationwide New Year's meal project to sell New Year's food from their homeland. And this kind of project can be a national scale because they just connect to each other. They are not fight by their own. So this kind of network, they can enable them to have a larger scale business to make a large effect. And another example is Yan. She had a business of a baked chicken in a rural area of central Taiwan. But she particularly used the local agricultural produce from local farmers like strawberry or taro to create innovative dishes. And this can also make greater economic benefits with local farmers together. Also, she established an immigrant food online marketplace and also invited other immigrant women to sell their products on this platform. So it also shaped a kind of joint marketing that they can expand their product reach and broaden their customers and increase sales. So I just would like to summarize that the economic empowerment programs can exert many impacts on women. Not only the individual level, that we all know that women can increase their income, increase their knowledge, and increase their confidence. But at the community level, it is important to see that they can also provide more job opportunities to other women, and they can contribute to the growth of the local community and advance. And also, in the case of indigenous people, they can even preserve their traditional culture by making the handicrafts. So we can see that from these women that they already have the qualities and ideas, but they just don't have the resources and methods. So what we are doing is to provide them necessary resources and open up more opportunities for them, and so they can realize their full potential and achieve their goals. So this is the experience from Taiwan, from my organization, and I would also happy to be here to hear all the stories and experience from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cecilia, for that short but comprehensive presentation of the experience on Taiwan. And of course, we can see the impact. That's my favorite part, because we don't want to work fruitlessly. It's good to have fruit for your labor, and there are individual impacts and community impacts. And I'm happy that the Republic of China, Taiwan, has not just kept the wonderful fruits to themselves and the secret bottled up, but they've decided to share their wealth of experience with us. Thank you so much. Give them a round of applause. And I know that in short order, we will be able to boast of those individual and community impacts as well. We have been doing so far. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the point of our Elite Awards ceremony. We are going to be awarding some 10 individuals who have risen to the top. They have done the work, they have benefited from the training, and they have some fruit to show for it, and they are going to be presented with the awards by His Excellency Ambassador Michael Lin, as well as the Honorable Minister, Junior Minister of Gender Affairs, Honorable Iceline Phillip. And so, I am just getting their names ready. And I'll invite to come to the front. Ambassador Lin will present 5 awards, and then Honorable Iceline Phillip would present the other 5. This is the moment that our awardees have waited for. They have worked long and hard for. And when you have labored, it is always good to receive the reward. The Elite Award winners are as follows. First place winners for St. Kitts. I invite Shakima Holiday of Holiday Nursery. Congratulations, Shakima. Also, a first place winner on St. Kitts. Is Miss Minerva Gaskin of Divine's Catering. Minerva, your hard work has paid off, and we're happy to celebrate with you today. Also, first place winner on St. Kitts, Miss Clarissa Valenos, Lucid SKN. Clarissa is looking lovely in red. And I hope that she's as happy as we are proud. Clarissa, congratulations. First place winner from Nevis, Nikisha Warner, Key Imprints. Nikisha receives this award for her business, Key Imprints. Congratulations, Nikisha. Also, first place from Nevis. Give a round of applause to Violet Clark, Llewellyn Manufacturing Company. Violet shared her powerful testimonial last evening, and we are happy that she's a first place winner. Congratulations, Violet. Your hard work has paid off. Thank you so much, Ambassador Lee. Keep the applause going and welcome the Junior Minister of Gender Affairs, the Honorable Iseline Phillip. And she will make the following presentations. Second place winners on St. Kitts. Relcia Glasgow. Vicky's Beauty Parlor. She comes proudly to receive her award. She's from Sandy Point, not only St. Kitts. Congratulations to you. SP, we're the best we done now. Also, second place winner from St. Kitts, Alicia White. Sammy's Wild Caught Seafood. Alicia, we're proud of you and your business. We wish you much success. Give it up for Alicia White. Sammy's Wild Caught Seafood. Also, second place winner from St. Kitts, Kima Duggins. Kima Duggins. And she receives this award for her business, Vivant Media. Vivant Media, congratulations to you, Miss Duggins. She also shared her testimony last evening, and we are super proud of you. Now for the divisions. Second place winners, Shabina Prince of Native Radiance. When I travel to places far and near, they always ask me about the products of Native Radiance. And so we are proud of you, Miss Prince. Congratulations. Now this lady, she is last, but she's not least. She's a second place winner from the island of Nevis, Yanoka Fleming. Give it up for her as she comes forward to receive her award. Yanoka receives this award for her business, Supera. Congratulations to you and to all of the awardees. I want to invite all of the winners to return, please, as we have a photo with Ambassador and Minister. All right, so our first place winners, they would have received funds for their business in the amount of $5,380. Our second place winners, they have been awarded $4,600. So indeed, their hard work has paid off. Please stay with us, stay with us, stay with us. We are going to invite all of us here in the room to come forward because we have to have a group pic so we can remember this forum. So please come. Whether you've traveled from far or near, come on to the front. We have room on the stage. You can gather around Ambassador and Minister Philip here at the front, and of course our winners. Come and rub shoulders with the successful. Yes, please. Can you? There's room on the stage, so you won't be hidden. You would be in the photo. Just make sure you can see the camera. If you can't see the camera can't see you. And we want all of the beautiful faces to be captured. There is still room. There's still room. Everybody shout, New Frontier! New Frontier! Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the very end of today's forum towards a new frontier, promoting sustainable development in the Eastern Caribbean through women's economic empowerment. Have you enjoyed your time with us today? Are you feeling empowered? All right, wonderful. Because I feel, energized after all of the good speeches, and I'm motivated. So I hope you women are motivated as well. We welcome Azilla Clark, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Gender Affairs, to give her closing remarks.
All protocols being observed, good afternoon. At the opening session, the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Terence Drew, wished that the information, knowledge, and networks will rebound to the advancement of our regional women. I think we have accomplished this indeed. We have shared information, best practices, we've had cross-fertilization of ideas, we have questioned the norms, and I trust that it has left all of us with a burning desire to return to our island states, our homes, and do a little bit more towards female empowerment. As we depart to our homes, offices, and countries, my challenge is that we take a tidbit with each of us to start the change process to build our new frontier. On behalf of the government and people of St. Kitts and Nevis, we extend our heartiest thanks to Ambassador Lin and the Republic of China and Taiwan, the Taiwan Technical Mission, ICDF, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs there. To the Department of Gender Affairs on both St. Kitts and Nevis for their technical assistance in organizing today's event. To the Women's Empowerment, Entrepreneurship, and Financial Inclusion Project team, both here in St. Kitts and across the other member states. To our regional partners, we say journeying mercies to the Honorable Hippolyte, our Belizean, St. Vincentian, and St. Lucian friends. We will see you again very soon. Our ports are open now, so once we get the air travel together, we'll be there. To each of you and our American colleagues, to all of you that have sat through the day, I trust that we have been not only inspired, but also at taking back knowledge. As we stated, the journey towards women's empowerment is one that not only is necessary, not only is needed, but is imperative. It is now formed part of our lives. And so may we all go back to our respective corners and use today as a driving force as we all partake in our individual and collective responsibilities to bring this dream to the front. So on behalf of myself, our ministers, and our country, have a blessed afternoon. I trust that many of you, your planes do not leave and you can partake in the spirit of Christmas. I think our Prime Minister said there's nothing like Christmas in St. Kitts. Absolutely nothing. We do the best of both worlds. Get the jolly and we get the fete. Do take the opportunity to partake in our culture. Journeying mercies to each of you, whether by car, plane, or boat. And we look forward to learning more and hearing more about what we've all done in our respective corners. Thank you and have a blessed afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was a great pleasure having you here with us. And on behalf of the Republic of China, Taiwan, thank you and see you next time.